Alright, so last session you guys helped out the friendly colossal giant.
Well, he was friendly.
Friendly enough.
That could have changed at a moment's notice, but yeah, he was friendly.
She's in the office with AC and cold water now.
That is good.
Is everything silent or something on my end?
No, I just no one said anything.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just getting an update on my dog. They're just not been very well today, but they're doing alright now. Okay.
Oh, okay, that's good to hear.
Okay, so the where we left off, you guys had helped the colossal giant and were talking about what you might ask of him. So, what would you all collectively like to ask of him?
So, since Sabo, you seem rather interested, and since you really put in the bulk of the work here, I can just directly translate anything that you want to talk to negotiate the giant with. Since you put, as I said, since you put in most of the effort here and really spending the resources necessary to reverse it, I can just translate for you if you want to ask the giant.
Well, if you're all okay with this, I would just like to ask for that rock. We can all benefit from it as well.
So if we're gonna have the conversation back and forth, I'm just gonna provide direct translation, so you can have a conversation directly with James.
Alright. So you want to ask him for the stone?
Yeah, as one of the favors. Would Nilvirus recommend me how to word it?
No, he's you already know before he's being like they're about being they're about being direct. He knows that he owes us for what we did, and that's basically all there is. All there is to it. He's gonna translate exactly as
Yeah,
you
okay.
say. So there's no misunderstanding on Navaris's part in screwing it up. He's just gonna do a direct translation.
Yep.
Just
So-
to simplify it. Your conversation with James.
Yes, got it.
So you said for one of the favors.
Yes. You know how we're discussing it, and in my opinion, the giant owes us 2 lives, right? Worth.
Alright.
But we don't know for sure. How confident I am in that?
It's more like 1 and a bit than 2. I wouldn't even quite say 1.5, like 1 and a fourth. Sorry, 1 and a third, sorry.
Mm. Can I understand? Why?
Favors with giants, they don't stack evenly. It is adding on to 1. So the more you do for a giant, the less he owes you each time. Sorry,
Okay.
the less the debt grows, I should say. So it still increases, but increases by less.
Okay, so if we are, so basically what you're saying is we can ask for something, and then the next thing we ask for is gonna be.
It depends on what you ask for the first thing. If you ask for something quite small for the first thing, then he might not even really take that off your debt.
Okay, so
Well, the debt he owes you.
Well, Sabo, the only thing I'm interested in here is these crystals and whatnot. They seem to have a remnants of whatever plane this came from. I'm only interested in all this, and I don't think he cares about any of the stuff that's lying around. I'm interested in that. So you're interested in something larger. So if you want to negotiate for that, I can help. I can help for that.
okay, let's just. Has he been okay? No, Aris, I'm having a small issue because I haven't really been understanding what you're talking with the giant. Has he been using pleasantries at all? Like, it's saying please something that he's been saying when asking us to do that.
No, he doesn't. He hasn't used any pleasantries. Giants, as far as I understand, they don't. It's direct. They don't.
Right.
It's out of like it's out of necessity, but they don't use please or thank you. I guess is the best way to put it.
There's not even really those sorts
He's
of words in the language.
Yeah. Oh
Uh-huh.
yeah. Those kind of words don't really exist. There's an understanding that he has a debt to us,
Okay.
and there's a need to repay it, but that's about it.
Uh, just wow, it's really difficult to be asking without it, but I guess you can translate word for word without the please, since there's no word for it. Uh, um, and do you reckon we should use an asking tense or an ordering tense? Has he been? He's been asking us, right?
Yeah, he has been asking us, can you do this for my son first? Can you try? He does ask questions, yes.
Okay. So let's go. Can you give us the lightning stone?
For the debt I owe,
Yes.
yes.
He says yes.
That would be nice.
He presses his finger into the sword again and pulls out the gem, reaches over and drops it on the ship.
There's no thank you, so I don't know. Do we bow?
Yeah, here I guess that's a bad. Is that sort of like something that would be that would be understood? Is like
Saying thanks, and it's his way of saying thanks.
okay.
Okay, so we're cool.
I think the best thing we could do is just quietly and politely leave.
Mm-hmm.
There and and since that is done, Sabo, I'm gonna ask for the crystals.
Yeah.
The only thing that I would ask is if I could have some of these crystals that have been expelled.
He
From
just grabs a
these remnants.
handful of the wall and just pulls it out and hands it to you and crunches it up so that they're in small chunks and slowly drops them onto the ship. Not high enough that it does a lot of damage, but high enough that it dents the wood.
Kevin's gonna try to catch some of it at least.
With his head.
Like how many pounds of this stuff did he actually drop?
Probably about 120 bulk.
Okay.
Okay.
That's multiplied by 4. That's a lot. That's a lot of weight. Okay.
Okay, let's
If
get
that
out
is-
of here before he changes his mind.
All right.
Goodbye.
We are ready to go. We are ready to go then.
Okay.
You could
He
take our
picks
ship
up the
outside.
ship. Do you want to start up the engine? Because it looks like he's preparing to throw the ship.
Yes. I'll just take off from his hand and go.
Yep. You take off as he launches the ship and it starts going. It's a relatively slow throw. He could have pegged the ship and things would have gone bad. But because of the way he threw it, it was like a softball.
Okay. Lucky.
Well, Sabo, we got something significant out of this. Both of us did. This is quite incredible. I have to thank Lusna, and Lusna gonna get a chance to see her.
Uh, yeah, I can't wait to play with this thing.
All right, so I guess we're on our way back to the capital, right?
Why did we need to stop at the capital again?
We're
pick
supposed
up
to
the
go back
Arcanum.
there. I'm gonna to pick up the Arcanum for my research, and then we start. Obviously we're gonna tell them you need to finish doing what you were going to do, and then afterwards we were going to check the first suspected location of Algara, assuming we get the general okay.
Well, it's
Uh,
not like I
since
can test us no, but yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
let's pilot our way to the capital. I'm just gonna attune to the stove for now.
1, 2. Okay. Can I get a reflex save from you?
Maybe it would have been wise to analyze it first.
Uh, yeah.
Rather than straight up attuning to it, I feel like it would have been a wiser decision to actually analyze it first before we start fucking with it.
The only question I have for Sabo,
right.
because in case this matters, does he wait at least 10 minutes for Kevin and Connor to refocus before he
Yeah, of
does
course.
that?
I'm done doing
Okay.
it immediately.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's time for that.
And I would have analyzed it, but I didn't say, so I don't know. I will analyze absolutely everything. I just wanted to shortcut it because I generally knew what it is, and I generally forgot about that property. But I think I'll be fine.
Yeah,
It's one of the
you may
hidden
know, but
properties of the attunement for it, so depending on if you get a critical success on the analyzing of it, depends on if you're actually going to see that it can do this. Okay, in that
And I
case, can I
and I
get a
might not get a
craft
critical
or
success.
religion check
I'm
for
gonna
it?
do it. Just
Religion?
opening up.
Okay. What's a better
Sabo.
Craft
check?
is the higher one.
Yeah. Come on.
Is this worthwhile to reroll, Sabo?
No. It'll be okay. I'm just.
Okay, 43 might be a success.
I'm gonna +5 Sabos.
48 is going to definitely be a success.
Shocked, but I'm thinking I'm gonna get shocked either way. I can use my lucky to try and for a higher roll. No.
You-
Oh yes. No.
Would Nilvarius's crafting check count as aid?
It would be successful for an aid check for Sabo.
So that should
Yeah.
put it at what, 50 total?
Yeah, the 50 total.
Okay, so for the first time ever, when analyzing one of these stones, a person has been successful. You have achieved a critical success, and you have detected that this stone is releasing a strange amount of energy. It's like the artifact itself is not stable or wholly complete.
Do I think that it's going to run out, or is it just going to keep releasing?
Well, everything has its limits, but until it runs out, it has a tremendous amount of energy.
Okay, so solving the running out thing is going to be a separate endeavor. I suppose I can look at the properties before actually attune. And yeah, my thought on using it to power the ship seems to be confirmed.
It's theoretically possible to make some primal magic interface for it.
Well, that's going to be the research I go on. After I'm finished with the ship design, while we're searching for Olgara.
Well, while Sabo is messing around with this with his orb, I'm probably going to spend some time like analyzing the crystal chunks of whatever remains of this plane that was dropped unceremoniously on the ship.
Yep. Alright.
And I'm guessing I'm going to be put in charge of moving it all to the cargo hold.
Yeah, I could say that's like I was 120 bulk worth, so it's 480 pounds worth basically.
Do we need all of it?
We have a cargo bay of holding, remember? So
Yeah, well,
We're like
we are
13
close
bulk
to
from
capacity.
you guys are both talking at the same time. We're at capacity, or
Basically, we are 13 bulk away from capacity before this crystal.
Oh, that's fine. We can. I'm sure I can find some place to. We can when we get back to the capital. I can find some place to store it or whatnot.
And
Keep in mind that at the moment you're about 300 pounds away from capacity. It's after you guys get to the capital that you'll be at capacity.
Okay.
because that the Arcanum will be placed.
Yep.
It's already accounted for. Uh-huh.
I'll offload it when we get to the capital. It's not going to be that big of a deal.
Well, there's also some models, like a lot of models still there. Suppose that's for repairs?
Well, the hull's mithril.
Yeah, exactly, but I mean, it's enough for a patch job. I just don't know why we have so much model still there.
Pretty sure we got it with the ritual.
No, it seems like T-Rain might have bought it to trade because it has a money value on it.
That's trading goods. In his
Yeah, the mortal
experience,
steel.
mortal steel is one of the best products to actually transport. For if you come across a civilization that does not have easy access to steel, you can usually sell at a very nice premium. The other material is ink and booze. I believe he
Okay.
paid for one of those out of his own personal pocket because he's experimenting with it.
Okay, but for something that costs so little, even if there's a markup, we're not gonna get huge profit. So we can maybe half the amount.
Are you questioning the might of the terrain?
I'm questioning, considering in all of these years we've literally come across one civilization to trade with. He's expecting to find more.
I'm pretty
What
sure
the?
that's reasonable for him to expect to find more, though.
Yeah, we'll find more at some point.
There we go. There's the Stone Shard of Divinity.
Thank you.
Alright.
It has like electricity damage. There's a lot of the places. Does that mean lightning?
I believe in the rework of electricity and lightning are the same thing for it. I believe in the rework of Pathfinder 2e, they changed the word from lightning to electricity for some reason.
Okay.
But
I
just
think
assume that
we've
anything
done
that
that.
specifically says lightning or electricity means the same thing. I believe they did the same thing with Sonic and Thunder.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just to create the distinction between traditional D&D and Pathfinder.
Alright. Can I get 1, 2, 3, 4d10 please from someone? Or whoever's piloting?
You just roll someone for me. I'm not quite there.
I got it.
1, 2. Can you roll me another
2, 1.
2d10?
Two ones.
And 2 10s.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Roll me
God.
2d10.
And a 1
Fuck
again.
you, Kevin. Fuck you. Roll a d10.
Oh, I
Okay.
could have sworn that was going to a 1. Alright. We got, what is that? 1 negative? Tier 1?
Yep. Alright. There is a severe thunderstorm. Do you want to go above the clouds or below the clouds? If you're above the clouds, it is a lot more difficult to navigate. If you're below the clouds,
lightning.
Yeah.
We'll be fine above the clouds, I'm pretty sure.
Stupid question. If we're below the clouds and we have the stone shard of divinity of lightning.
Not yet
Okay.
integrated into the ship.
Alright. Can I get a DC 18 navigation check, please?
I don't think I can not critically well, actually I can.
I would be shocked if you could actually fail this.
Never say never.
Haha, she joins us.
Critical success.
Ah, she joins you indeed.
Hello.
Hi.
So, with the help of the tablet, it is a lot easier to stay on track.
Damn. The tablet's useful then?
Yes.
The whole ship exists only because of the tablet.
Yeah,
I actually don't
if
know
this
what it
tablet
does.
gets stolen from you, this ship is non-functioning.
Okay, what's the tablet powered by?
You don't know. Well, you do know. You just don't know how.
Hopes
Okay, do we
and
know
prayers.
how long it's gonna be around?
Well,
Magnets and miracles, Nia. Magnets and miracles.
Oh,
Long after we're gone, it's gonna be around.
so you know how the iPhone sits on 1% power for like an hour, but it sits on 2% power for like a minute?
mm-hmm.
The tablet's kind of like that, but it's on 60% power.
Ah,
And it's been going to 60% power for generations. Well,
Yeah.
for eons.
well, my concern is for that time it wasn't being actively used the way it is now, right?
So it's going to last quite a while, up until the next iOS update.
I
Correct.
don't think they're around to update the iOS.
You.
Anyway, by the time it runs out, hopefully we'll have some clue of how to repower it.
That is true. We do still want to like redo
I
that
expect your
technology,
lives
don't
to run out before it runs out.
That's also what I expect.
Historically speaking, I got you.
All your
Alright,
lives,
so you're
Kevin.
flying
He means all your
above
lives.
it, you critically succeed on the redirection, and you continue on to the city. As
we? Oh, what are we going again?
by evening by evening of the 4th week, you can see the city off in the distance. You are heading to Haiku.
Yeah. I
So,
guess.
while we're traveling, can I take the checks on the material?
Yep. Give me a minute to set that up. Oh, go me! Last week me did it. Awesome. Alright, go ahead and roll.
Just one check for as a monthly check, or what should it?
It's probably best to apply this as a monthly check.
Let's do better, please. There you go. That's better.
Ooh, that's one of those fancy pages. Oh my. Hey, James.
Give me a moment.
No problem.
Okay. You got a 49. That's the first partial success. 1 of 2. 1 of 3, sorry. This crystal contains many living creatures within it. Or, not exactly living, but almost petrified creatures within it. It's like the crystal grew upon itself and encased things layer by layer by layer. Which is slightly different to how it was on the giant himself, where it kind of grew around everything. And grew through things rather than over things.
That's pretty cool.
You would suspect that this has grown over things while it was in whatever plane it was, rather than after it got here. Which lines up with what the giant says.
At this point, no practical application.
Not yet.
Okay. Do I end up using up some of this material in some way to for the purpose of keeping track of how much we actually have, or how much I should probably keep?
Not really. It more just gets put into a powdered format, but then you can just pressurize that for the most part.
Okay. 'Cause obviously, I don't want to keep all 420 pounds, so I figure that they might be interested in it as well. But okay, just so I know if I should, how much of it should I actually keep, and not since we don't need to lug around all that extra weight. Okay, thank you.
All right.
While we're on the
Yeah.
subject, on
go
the
on.
numbers you gave us, James, about the bulk for weight, it was like 1 pound for one bulk. Is that right?
No, 2.5
4 pounds
pounds
per
for one bulk.
Oh, it's 2.5 now. Okay.
So the numbers that you gave for the ship load, what is the correct, the bulk or the pounds?
I believe I posted the bulk for it.
You posted both.
I did?
Well, you posted like the amount and then bulk each and then total bulk.
Yeah, so that's just individual count bulk times the
So the
total
count is how many of that. So for example, wine bottles. There's 120 individual wine bottles. Each one weighs 0.1 bulk for a total of 12 bulk for all of the wine bottles.
Okay. And for the metal, you're saying that it is that amount of something, which is one
That
bulk,
many
which is
ingots.
also
Each
2.5
ingot
pounds.
is 1 bulk, and the
Okay.
yeah, that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so Leuven still has all his youth water, right?
In the bag, yes?
Is he willing to in the future share some of it?
Maybe.
Okay, I have a problem. Well, Nia has a problem.
But is your
Yes?
girlfriend
It's not
getting
an-
old?
No, that's not it at all. The problem is that if Nia dies of old age, she's likely to regenerate insane.
I was also concerned that Nia has a Leonardo DiCaprio problem.
Yep. Yep.
I was more concerned about their child.
I don't want to think about that, but Mia's doing her best to be a good mom. Point is,
No,
I
I
don't
just
think it's a
meant
problem
I
yet.
thought you were going to try and keep them at infant age rather than letting them ever
Oh.
grow up.
no. Nia wants him to grow up. No, the problem is that Nia, while having no problem aging per se, is concerned that with celestial regeneration, if she ever dies of old age, and she won't know when she's old, as far as I know, is changelings, right? They just kind
Correct,
of
they
die
just
one
drop
day.
dead.
If Nia ever dies of old age, and celestial regeneration does apply to death of old age, which we don't know, but we can assume that it does, then she's gonna regenerate as a Nephilim again, and then she's gonna be completely insane, as she was before she became a changeling or an undead. And that is something I presume we all want to avoid, correct?
So you can't ever die at all.
No, I can. It's just that the moment I die, I'm gonna regenerate crazy.
You're rather concerned for someone that is remarkably young.
You do not understand what it is like to be completely crazy. I do not have the words to speak to you while I am saying of what it is like to be insane.
I
It
think
is retroactive existential horror.
what we're trying to say here is that there is more risk to you dying before you get to old age than
I
of
am
old
aware,
age.
but I am not concerned about that, and so far as that is the lot I am living and whatever, we'll figure it out. There's also a reason I'm not asking to drink it right now. I'm just ensuring
I have-
Leuven in the future is like aware of the problem, if it makes sense.
I have a perfect solution to this issue.
Reincarnation?
No, when you
No.
it has to be part of you that's left over to regenerate. So just inscribe a room of disintegration on you, so that when you do die, you just disintegrates your body entirely. There's nothing to
See,
regenerate, right?
I would like to continue to live. My solution isn't just soul crush myself. I just don't like to be insane again. So until I find a way to not be insane when I regenerate, which is something I'm looking forward to. Well, I am going to stave off old age until I figure that out. I just wanted to live in now, and I guess no virus. Incidentally, though, if Nia does find out, should you have any plans to incinerate her soul in any way upon death? She will be very upset.
I'm speaking mostly. I'm speaking out of character because I find it funny.
Fair enough.
Navarius himself finds your concerns about dying of old age kind of silly, considering how young you are, and he shouldn't be looking at it like that.
Well, being
Considering
insane.
Novarius doesn't know what
Yeah.
it means to die of old age at all.
True. Listen, Nia is very afraid of being insane again. It was a
What do
very
you mean you're going to die of old
big
age?
problem.
It takes
Well,
like
it's like-
billions of years for elves to do that.
It's like you're like 8 years old. Leuven like was in his 80s before it actually became a concern for him.
I know,
You
it's
got a
not
long way- you
an
got a
immediate
long way to
concern.
go.
I just wanted to point it out so everyone is aware of the thing.
8
Novarius,
years.
I just want
That's like
to point
that's
out
like one
that
third of my life this time.
Novarius, I just want to point out that yes, dying of old age is a concern for Nia, but I died 8 times before my 16th birthday.
Sounds a lot like a Kevin problem.
No, it 100% is.
Alright. So,
Yeah, I'm gonna be working on it.
if I'm not mistaken, a couple of you wanted to do shopping, and I got your things ahead of time, Sabo.
Cool.
Thank you.
James, just clarifying. You mentioned that I could make feats to change the racial response by 1 step, correct?
More context is required.
A long time ago, before I became a changeling, you sent me a wheel of the emotions. And you mentioned that with a feat, I could switch that by 1 step.
Yes, you could switch your response to other people, not their response to you.
Wasn't it both?
No.
Okay, but if I could switch my response to other people, I could switch my response to me, because that's what drives me crazy, right?
Yes.
Alright. So let's see how many steps it takes me to go from self-loathing into insanity from just, I don't know, kooky or horny or something. I'm not
Okay.
kidding. That is in the wheel. Because if I can take like 3 feats to change my racial response from like my body hates itself so I'm insane to something a bit more manageable, I think I should be fine even without any bullshit regeneration.
Okay.
It's just something that occurred to me this week.
to be permanently horny for yourself. I don't know if it's gonna be a very fun campaign for the rest of us.
I don't think I'm gonna settle
You're
for that emotion.
just looking for private places to indulge yourself at
I
every
don't
single
think
opportunity.
I don't think that's gonna be the the emotion I settle for. But thanks for the comment, buddy. I appreciate it.
Okay, James, is there any benefit to the bow tie over the Tinker's badge?
Yes, it's a bow tie, and bow ties are cool.
Oh, that's not pretty.
Get your Doctor Who shit out of here.
I mean, I almost have to go for it at that point.
I'm just saying, like, do you want a little fun pin on your lapel, or do you want a bow tie?
You're living in the UK. Your new nationality requires you to go for the bow tie.
I don't have it yet, but is it pink?
Okay, found the wheel.
It can be pink, yes. We can just put an outer cover on
Okay.
it.
There we go. We get the pink bow tie.
Yes.
Hey James, hold on.
Yes.
Could I theoretically make a feat or something that to extend the wheel to other creatures to me as well, instead of just myself? Like in an aura or something?
Do you want to create an aura of madness?
No, I mean, you know how every Nephilim that sees me is gonna go fucking insane? Of rage and contempt and whatever? If I make the feat to change my reaction to them to another emotion, could I then change theirs to me, to like through an epic feat or an aura?
That's very champion-like, but potentially?
Guys, theoretically,
Do it.
I
Do
could
it.
make every
Go
demon,
champion.
angel, and Nephilim get insanely horny or admiring or afraid just by looking at me.
You should do for horny. That one's better. That one's
I
actually
don't
gonna
think
make a fun campaign.
I don't think I want demon lords lusting after me, unfortunately.
Ah, yes, yeah, that's alright. You already have a character for that. I forgot.
That just gave
Do
me
I?
flashbacks. Do you not remember that demon lord?
Oh, I do, unfortunately. I wish I didn't. Didn't Jess draw that fucker?
Yeah.
Traitor. Point is, I think it would be really funny and also kind of convenient to have people's reaction to me and my own reaction to myself be like amazement instead of loathing. I feel like that would be convenient.
Well, I don't want your reaction for yourself to be amazement, but other people sure.
Listen,
Without you need to get even more ego.
I don't know what you want from me, dude. I'm dealing with a lot here, okay?
I understand. No, I think it's a great
Optimism.
idea. It's a great idea.
Listen, if I
would
take like
help you
6
with
feet, I
this.
can get to I can get to fucking serenity and just fucking ascend like the Buddha.
I would assist if there's anything at all I can do, although I don't really think so.
I guess it's just a lot of meditation, but still, it's something I'm gonna have to like prepare because eventually, inevitably, I think we all know I'm gonna die, right? At some point.
Well,
If only
And,
we
like,
could be so lucky.
And like, listen, I don't wanna, that again. So, gotta prepare, gotta set up.
right.
That's a wheel, by the way. I posted it in general. I believe I'm in loathing at the moment, right, James? Like everyone is.
I believe it starts at disgust. No,
Oh,
it is
wonderful.
loathing, you're right.
Yeah, I'm at loathing, so I can move it 1 step per feet.
Yeah, just move it to rage. You're good.
Grief. You look at me and start crying uncontrollably.
Honestly, just make them sad for you. Yes.
There's
I am
Gratz.
walking depression. Don't post him again. No, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you so much.
I didn't post him. Look who posted him.
Right, I'm gonna DM Jess. Dear Jessica, die.
Oh, that's uninspired. You can do better than that.
For context,
with the-
Nilvarius, this character bit off one of Lily's character's heads.
That is not the part that I'm offended about. I'm fine with that.
So in this wheel,
That character
just
also hit on one of the Volpi, I think.
That character hits on everyone. You've got to be a lot more specific.
Yeah, but it made me uncomfortable. I will turn you inside out with a spoon. Okay, that's a better threat,
That's
right?
better. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So, shopping time, people.
I want an adamantine iron weaver. Go.
I get my bow tie.
I don't even know what I want.
You can have the
I'm a-
cash.
I'm assuming there's no amulet of never go insane.
I'm not even sure how I would search for that, but I can take a look.
We'll
I don't-
save.
Don't bother. Just look at
Oh.
that later. I don't mind. I don't mind doing my shopping when I'm done with this shit. Especially since I'm gonna have to leave the call for like 10 minutes at any moment. I am not yet done with today's torture.
Yippee!
You're not yipping me.
There's a cat, a fat one.
Also, that
Okay.
map's really impressive, James. Congratulations on that one.
Thank you. It's less a map and just more live rendering software.
Nonetheless, I'm sure it took a lot of effort to make it render live in Foundry without having to download it itself.
That was actually the easy part. There's existing software for that.
Oh.
The difficult part
they
was
reach-
taking all of my data and putting it into their algorithms, and then making their algorithms actually work the way I wanted them to. That was the difficult part. Because
Well,
originally the
that's
software was
impressive.
designed for
Reach out
5e.
generation.
I had to fix
Oh.
it for Pathfinder.
Oh yeah, dealing with anything 5e is terrible. I'm sorry. You hear that, Hasbro? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Fuck you. Anyway,
That's
what
right,
are we
kid.
doing in the city again?
Well, picking up the adamantine.
Arcanum.
Sorry, Arcanum. Just so you know, Novarus, we can't hear you. Not sure if you're AFK or not.
I'm not AFK, I'm listening.
Right. Did anyone want to get any shopping done before you guys leave?
Does Parion recommend anything?
Oh, let's see.
Oh, I do try and look for a member of the council. I'm assuming, I can't remember what her name was. Hold on. Linzel to pass off something onto her. I'm assuming she is the certified go-between me and the research. I'm assuming at least that she gave me that impression. So I look for her specifically to clear what I'm.
She's not specifically your go-between. Technically, she can't try to do that because of how the council works. But she just wanted
Okay,
to
then-
lay out a couple ground rules individually.
Okay, he still goes. Then he just finds to actually have a talk with the counselor just to lay things out and also like to pass on some stuff.
Alright. What would you like to pass on to the council? She's actually in the council hall today, so what would you like to tell her? It's her and the old lady at the moment.
So obviously, so we've come back and as I've said, I've come to pick up the Arcanum to actually experiment with as per my contract, and I wanted to make sure that that you were okay with us actually me doing this research while we make our way to Algara. I also have something else, and he reaches into his bag and he pulls out, some parchment. This was originally intended for the mayor, but since he is no longer since he is dead, there's no one to really pass it on to. But it was a piece of research that I did for him at his request. Some other means to actually make an alchemical ritual a little more permanent, or at least turn into a consumable alchemical form. I can't turn it into him anymore, so it seems that you are the best people to turn it into in the end.
The old
He hands over the
lady,
pages to the
her
person.
smile is uncomfortable as you spoke that sentence. It just grew bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Yes, I will take that.
Is something the matter as he hands over the pages?
This is exactly what I was hoping for.
Obviously, I couldn't continue the research since it requires some very specific esoteric materials in order to actually proceed with it, which those aren't exactly common to get my hands on. If this is once I'm done with this current research, I wouldn't mind continuing this if you're actually able to get a hold of it. But I haven't even come across any of this stuff, so it's something that I am willing to continue to do because I am interested in it as well. But otherwise, it is yours. As I said, the contract was originally with the mayor, but it goes on to you now. So he hands it
Thank
off.
you. She slides you something as it's handed to her. It's a little oval-like shape, almost like a long coin.
Does she try to be secretive about it? Like she's trying to
Yes.
hide it, or like hide it from Lenzel, or
Well, Linzel's the only other person in this room, so you would presume so.
should I take some sort of thievery check because I'm actually trained it to try and like make it not seem that she's taking it? Or I'm not sure if there's anything I should do. Why is my page?
Well, technically, she's the one who has to make the check.
Oh, okay. Where is my character? Where's my fucking character sheet?
63.
Plenty, I'm sure.
Oh, don't underestimate the perception of Linzel.
Barely a success.
So he doesn't really make any sort of gesture. I guess he understands that she's trying to be secretive about it, and he just keeps the coin in the palm of his hand once they pass everything over. So am I okay to do this research while I'm on my way? I can still easily be
Yes.
contacted via sending. Is this the old lady or Linzel?
The old lady. Linzel has been surprisingly quiet.
I'm assuming that anything weird with their true names? Like they're reflecting back on me or they're just blurred?
Hers is just blurred at the moment.
Okay. Alright, I guess that is all then. I will see you when I get back, hopefully with good news.
Good fortune.
Now he leaves.
Alright.
I guess you spoke of a transference ritual, so I guess I'm gonna go find. So you said there is a magical academy. You said with much enthusiasm when I asked a couple sessions ago. So I'm
Yep.
gonna go find said location and inquire about the transference ritual that you talked about before session.
Alright.
If we have more downtime in the city before we actually leave, which I'm assuming we are, since Sabo has loose ends, he'd probably spend more time at the like university talking, because maybe there might be people who know of his research in the past. So he probably spent some time there talking with, fellow academics. But otherwise, you can pass on to the next person.
Can you
Double
all
it.
see how I've color coded things?
What do you mean color coded?
Can you see all the pink, green, yellow, purple buildings at
On
the
the
moment?
map,
Neat.
I cannot.
I mean, I'm seeing like brown for buildings that when you highlight are pretty much all
You
pink.
have to click on the legend to make things. For example, I'm looking at the
I was
useful
just-
shops at the moment.
I was just wondering whether it was showing you what I've actually highlighted or whether each person has individual control. Looks like each person has individual control.
I'm
Yeah,
looking at the useful
It's
shops at the moment.
brown, green, and anything my cursor on turns pink.
yeah, cool.
Districts
right.
looks like all different colors.
And there's absolutely nothing useful in the residential area. It makes sense since it's a residential area, but usually it's a few shops there. No, there's one, two, there's two, three. Look at that, three. Three
Most
useful
black-
shops in the residential
There should be
area.
a bunch of blacksmiths out there.
I'm looking at useful shops. If I go to building type, I should be able to see the blacksmiths, but those are not highlighted as useful shops.
Yeah, we get just in the useful shops. We just get the legend has blacksmiths, but everything is colored as a tavern, as purple, dark pink,
Yeah.
bright pink.
Yeah, because it's highlighted in the useful shops.
Oh,
For
Right.
example, we
Also-
can go to the
Oh
Jaguar
no,
and
there's also
Coyote.
some inns and taverns. Here, the other stuff is not highlighted.
The Mage and the
Oh, I
Wait, you
see.
can
Lantern.
click on every single fucking
Yeah.
building.
Yeah.
You
Holy
actually
shit!
it's a drop down menu.
Anyway, point is,
When you click on a
Today's a
shop,
good
what
day,
can you
guys.
see inside of them?
nothing inside.
Okay.
Let's say there is no
Public
one
building.
currently here. Notes and notes
And
are
there's
empty.
nothing.
This is for
Yeah.
like all the taverns I've tried.
Oh, there's one called a Foxfire in cupboard. I'm gonna sleep there. It says Fox. Instant win.
Okay. When I click on one of them, I can actually see who's inside of them, what level they are, and the items inside of them.
God, I love this. Anyway,
This is impressive, but also way overkill.
I don't know, I like it, but
Okay. Does it get even weirder that it changes based on the date I've got it set to?
the answer to does it get even weirder with you is always yes.
That's
Yes.
no, it makes it's impressive, yes, and I get it why it would. Although I imagine how have you made sure that it doesn't change a lot though, like so that the
Yep.
data doesn't completely okay. Fun.
It is not a random seed, it is priority purchasing based on what's actually needed by the people and what's being produced in the region.
Makes sense.
Okay then.
So does Asparian have any like purchasing recommendations or anything? Or can I just buy whatever the fuck I feel like?
She thinks you should buy a house.
Why the fuck would I buy a house? Here.
She just wanted us to leave.
Did she buy a house? In a random town? Also, why would I buy a house? I can ask Sabo to make me one for my birthday.
That doesn't mean that you own the land.
Why would I need to own the land? You can just get Kevin to bully someone to give it to me. Then he'll do it
Why would I do that?
because he'll do it in a super nice way and they won't notice.
Okay. So you don't want to buy a house.
I didn't say I don't. I'm just confused as to this suggestion. We don't come into the city enough for us to want to buy a house here, do we?
Well, if you own a house here, we'll encourage you to come back here more often.
And do we want to come here more often?
Do you?
I don't know. Is there anything interesting here?
Pretty good city.
It's a city. No, thinking it. Nothing else? No magical items? No nothing? Just house?
Just house.
Damn, she's the baby boomer.
I know. I would commit murder for a house. I mean, me personally. I don't know about the character, but me personally, I would commit murder for a house.
I know, right? She's predicting the stock market crash of Celestia. Buy a house, Nia! Prices are gonna go way up!
There, that's where you should, when you get access to sending, wish for all the material wealth in the city to be teleported to your doorstep.
That's a
That's gonna
wonderful
open a
idea. I think you should do that
sinkhole.
right now.
That's gonna open a sinkhole in front of her house.
Have all the material wealth condensed into a single point to have a miniature black hole. Just anywhere, just drop it in the middle of town. That's what you should do.
It's hilarious because it implies your objective isn't to be more wealthy, it's to make everyone else poor just for shits and giggles.
Okay then.
No, it's worse than that. It means your intention is to kill everyone with their own wealth. Okay, so no more
I
shopping?
suggest we change Nilvaris.
No, Kevin, you had shopping. What was adamantine what?
The adamantine iron weaver that we talked about before session.
Okay, I believe that's 448.
Yep.
Alright. Anyone else got anything else they want to buy? Maybe some orphans?
Wait, are those for sale? Are they for sale?
Not legally and not publicly.
But they are for sale in a noticeable way.
Well, no, Sabo's the only one who actually is aware of this.
It's Sabo, can I have an orphan? I'm kidding. I'm not backing
No.
down.
I mean, to be fair, Kevin already has an orphan, and he just adopted a second apprentice.
And we really need to get rid of the second one.
No,
Yes.
no.
Always two there are, no more, no less. A master and an apprentice. The rule of two, Kevin.
Well, when I die the next time, then there'll be two.
Henceforth you shall be called Darth Kevin.
You must make them fight.
No.
Yes. Do it.
Okay, so if there's no more shopping, what's next?
I'm just gonna ask everyone if there's anything they want to ask the council as a reward for the investigation.
Are you sure you want to ask for a reward?
I don't really want to. I just want to ask everyone to make sure that none of them want to ask for something. I personally don't think I want to. But I want
Favor
to
is a
make sure
powerful political tool.
it is. Yes. Who's saying that?
That's just me being your inner voice.
Or that might be Leuven.
No, Leuven would want to cash it in.
Okay.
Kevin wouldn't want to ask for anything because that was literally just them doing the right thing.
How much is a house?
Why?
It depends.
How much is a cheap house?
About 300 gold.
And can I just keep it forever?
You own the deed, but if you never return, at some point they're going to presume you're dead and issue a new deed.
How often do I have to return?
Once every 20-ish years.
Yeah, we can do that. I'm gonna buy a house for 300 gold.
That actually reminds me, are any of you going to pay taxes on your gold that you've made?
Do we have to pay taxes as Celestials?
Yes. There's no unique laws for Celestials.
Yeah, but do they remind us to pay taxes?
What
They-
are
just expect us to know
they?
the taxes?
They just assume you're paying your taxes.
What is the rate? Tax rate?
10%.
Yeah, Kevin will pay his taxes.
I don't even think me is aware of that.
Sabo doesn't know what taxes are.
Mia knows what taxes
Well,
are, but no, I don't think anyone
Sabo
walked up to her and said, "Hey, taxes." So she's just like, "Oh, no taxes here, cool."
maybe knows what taxes are, but yeah.
Like no one, if no
Taxes-
one reminds us, why are we gonna do it? You know?
Haven't made a lot of money within this nation.
That's not exactly how that works.
But
Was
that's
it all
how it
money you
would
have,
work in
period?
my mind.
Yeah.
So, James, just for my player knowledge, is this similar to the Annexalia with money crossing borders taxes?
Not exactly. It's you just pay taxes where you live for whatever you make. So you live here, you pay taxes relative to it. You don't live here,
Whatever you make
don't pay
here, right?
taxes here.
But wait,
Well-
but where do we live? We live in the ship.
And the
Last
ship
3
was
years
located
we
here
have
for
been-
several years.
Yeah. But all on this time, we haven't, like in Sabo's head, the way this is how it goes. Yes, we've been living here for 3 years, and probably we owe taxes, but we've just been spending. Haven't been making money these 3 years, so there's
That's true.
nothing to pay.
All right.
I'm gonna be honest. Nia would probably pay her taxes if anyone pointed out there's taxes to be paid. If no one ever goes to her and says, "Hey, Nia, have you been paying your taxes?" I don't think it would ever occur to her that's a thing, because she's just looking at this like, "Hey, this is a really medieval place." If there were taxes, there would probably be like guardsmen screaming out, "Hey, pay your dues to the king here," or some shit.
When we made money, we were away from this place for over a year. Which, in Sabo's mind again, puts us out of the tax.
Jurisdiction.
I don't think I'm aware of them.
Yes, because that's how it works in our world.
Yep.
Yeah.
James, I would argue that because of Kevin's past life, he would be very aware that taxes are very important.
Who was Kevin in his past life?
You'll figure it out when it's relevant.
One who comes from a place where taxes are very important. That's what I know so far.
I can guarantee you, any society that is propelled by money, which is all societies, I can guarantee you taxes are important and people care about them.
So, Kevin, do you remind your friends to pay their taxes?
Yes, I'm just trying to think of how.
It's like if no one mentions it to Nia, she's just not gonna ever do it. I'm gonna be honest.
Probably on his way to go pay his own taxes, he would just tell everyone, "Don't forget to pay your taxes."
You're making money?
No,
Oh.
you just gotta pay taxes though.
How much?
I think here it's like 10% of what you have.
What I have, period?
I think so.
But then in 10 years, if you don't make any money, you just give. No, wait, that would be 10% of what you have left. That's really no way. That's how that works.
But it doesn't work well for people who aren't making money, but people who are making money, it works fine.
Are we under this place's jurisdiction?
I mean, we're here right now, aren't we?
I don't know how I feel about that.
James, just so Kevin can accurately pay his taxes, how often does he have to pay his taxes? When he goes to pay the first time, he would ask.
So there isn't actually any set time periods that someone has to pay their taxes in. It's just if if an investigation is conducted and you haven't paid your taxes, then they will take twice as much as what you owe. To actually pay your taxes, you just go to town hall, fill out some paperwork for declarations, and hand over the money.
Okay, but how often?
So if it, so
A lot of
let me
people
just
do
make
it
sure.
roughly once a month or once every couple months, depending on how much they've made. Merchants do it once per
So
trip.
I would
You do
ask.
nothing.
So if I don't make any money and I pay taxes now, do I have to pay again when I start making money, or do I have to pay again before I start making money?
Once you've paid your taxes on what you've made thus far, you don't have to pay taxes on anything else that you aren't making money on.
Perfect.
So this is your 10% from your income. Then when you make money again, you're only paying 10% on that income, not your total amount.
Perfect.
I'm not sure Nia's gonna pay that. I'm gonna have to think on what her stance is in governments.
All evil, kill them.
Ha!
I have subtracted my taxes out of my resource pool. Kevin has paid his taxes.
Oh, I have a house now.
You're buying a house?
Are you gonna pay? Are you gonna pay the house taxes?
Are the house taxes?
Property taxes, of course. It's government.
I don't
Of
want.
course they're gonna.
Hold on. What is the simplest, cheapest way that I can buy a house and then forget about it for a while without being a problem?
There's not really property taxes, it's just
Okay.
if you go to sell your house, you pay taxes then.
Alright, so I can buy a house without any problem, right?
Yeah. Just gotta show up to
Just
it
from
sometime in the next 20 years.
And I can pay my taxes pretty much any time I want as long as I pay them.
Pretty much.
Okay. What is considered income?
Did you gain money?
Like,
Not
so
did you
we-
gain net money, did you gain money?
No, see, my point is, we came
What
here
if you
with money,
gained
correct?
it in
We
non-money?
didn't earn any money, correct?
Well, we created money out of thin air.
No, what I mean is, we didn't do that when here. We can when we arrive here, right?
We created some coins in the ritual.
Point is, say I had money when I came to the city, right? James?
Yep.
Would I owe them 10% of how much I had the second I spent except in the city, or how much I had when I go buy my taxes? Or pay my taxes, I guess.
Okay, let's say you have 0 money. You leave the city, you go out of this nation, you make 10,000 gold. You return to the city, you now owe money on that money. You owe taxes on that money. Let's say
How would they know that?
you have 100,000 gold, you're moving into the city. You owe 10% of that when you're moving there because that's basically a one-time tax to avoid people trying to use a loophole of I just made this money outside of the country, I lived outside of the country, this is me moving back in.
So they take 10% of everything you import, but only if it's in
No,
gold.
they only ever take 10% once.
Every
will
time
nev-
you go into the country, though, as long as you.
If you've got the paperwork saying that you've paid your taxes on it once, you don't have to pay on that amount again.
Okay, so here's how does trading work, right? Because the way that for trading taxes need to be is you need to be able to subtract the amount that you paid for something from the amount you sold it for. Otherwise, you're not really making much money since you're just paying taxes.
That's businesses rather than individuals. So with businesses, you don't calculate any tax until the money's actually been given out to someone. It's not income until it's in someone's personal pocket for personal spending.
Okay. Is Tyrain taking care of the business taxes?
He just doesn't really plan on any of you paying taxes. Taxes are a
Does he
scam.
recommend us not paying taxes?
If you guys ask for his advice, he recommends not paying taxes.
Nia is gonna ask for his advice.
Okay. Well, sounds good.
I'm gonna buy stuff though.
Yeah, most of the stuff we brought in was not coin, and then it was turned into the fucking ship. So it's not like there's
Yeah,
taxes to
exactly.
be paid on that.
I'm sure I'm gonna figure it out later. Point is, magic items. I gotta buy something cool.
The issue I'm having with all of that stack system, James, is that it basically encourages you to not bring money in, which is certainly bad for the economy. It encourages you to, if you earn money elsewhere, to spend it elsewhere.
And it does encourage you to do that, yeah.
It also encourages people to bring goods into the country rather than coin.
Coin is useful, especially because
Coin
it's not
is very
fiat.
useful, but assets is... Coin is a representation of assets across the board for the most part.
Okay.
I want. Well, I guess I'm gonna buy a little house because, yes. Also, it's cool to have property. That sounds nice.
But no, to be honest, it doesn't encourage goods over coins since you pay the same amount of tax in the end. You sell the goods, you have to pay the 10%. You bring the coin, you have to pay the 10%. It doesn't matter what you bring. So you just want to spend it and not, not sell anything and not buy anything. Or better yet, barter with the goods and you don't have to pay any taxes. That's stupid.
It's a strange system, but I'm sure they had a reason for it.
Businesses aren't really allowed to accept bartering for one goods to another without the taxes being accounted for as part of it. That would be a form of crime.
Businesses don't need to pay the taxes. They just pay in the end. Said yourself.
Yeah, businesses pay when it's actually paid out. It'd be the difference between accepting it as an asset versus accepting it as a currency.
Okay. Anyway, I'll stop challenging this. It doesn't really matter. I don't think Tabo's been convinced to pay taxes yet, so. Yeah.
Aside
Right,
from
so
a
I think it's
house,
just Kevin
is
who's
there-
paying taxes.
I'm gonna have to decide that later, honestly. If they're okay with you.
I do
But
not
aside
believe
from my
there'll be
house,
an
anything
opportunity
else?
later to decide that.
I mean, decide that in meta, not decide in character.
As I said, I do not think there's going to be an opportunity later to decide that.
Why is that?
Taxman is gonna come for us now.
I am. How much of my coin is in? Well, sorry. How much of my wealth could I get and have like arguably said was in goods instead of coin when I came into the town?
Okay.
By
How
every
much-
definition,
How much coin do you have?
not much. I've actually not been keeping track of that because it was always given to me by the party. So like in Nia's inventory, you see that she has 0 coins, but her wealth is high. But then I was given the fact that I had like 63,000, I believe, right, Sabo?
66,615.
Yeah, but how much in that was in like actual coinage?
That is
All of
coins.
it.
All of it. So I owe like 10,000, right?
You'd owe about
6,000.
6.6 thousand.
All right. How much lower could I reasonably get away with paying without drawing suspicion?
You don't know. You're not an expert in this field.
I know, but I can probably ask T-Rain. And I know he's gonna tell me not to do anything, but like assuming I will do it because I don't want to get in
It
trouble.
is best not to pay at all than it is to lie.
Because Nia would like to invest that money into her protection before instead of like paying a shit ton of money into taxes.
He thinks it is best to just not pay it than to lie on it.
All right. Does he think it's a bad idea to buy a house then? Is that like likelier to draw attention to us?
He thinks buying a house shows that you live here, and he doesn't see there needing to be any point in showing that you live here. You guys will live on a ship.
Understood. Hey Kevin, I need to ask you a favor.
What?
Can you buy me a house?
Why?
Kevin
Kevin is our
lives here.
legitimate friend.
Kevin pays his taxes?
Why do you need a house? Do we live on the ship?
Why do I need a house, James?
Aspiron just
Yaminia's
thinks
thing.
it's a good idea for you to have one. She's not been any more specific.
My inner self says it's good for my health. I'm thinking she either just thinks it's cool or that, you know, something's gonna come up. Either way, I think we should have a house. Also, does she think she should pay my taxes or what? Does she have an opinion on that? How lawful is her? Is she?
She thinks you should pay your taxes.
Let me roll a wisdom save. Alright, fuck it. Nia pays 5,000 gold in taxes.
Just 5,000?
At that point, just pay the
That's
full
not-
amount.
Yeah, that's
What the
not
fuck?
the full amount.
I didn't want to run that. How much was it again?
Kevin just paid 7,000. It was slightly.
I'm not
over
gonna
what
do
we
that.
had.
That's insane. How much did Kevin pay?
7,000. It's slightly
7,000.
over
How much
what
did we
he had.
owe?
If you
It's
had
10%.
only the money that you got,
I only
from,
had that money, I think.
then it's 6,662.
Could I get away with saying that Kevin paid extra to compensate for me and then pay that little bit less?
No.
Kevin
Damn.
had more
Literally.
than that. He was like at 68.9, so he paid like 100 more, if that.
You disgust me. Why would you give the government more money than you need?
To account for my material wealth in some way as well.
Why would you do that?
Kevin likes
It's the
paying
government.
taxes. Just let him be.
I'm only doing this because Yaminia said it's a good idea. Fuck it, I pay the taxes.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna spend all the rest in
Just
actual
to-
protection.
Just to know, James, T-Rain is gonna be buying my bow tie.
Yeah, same obviously. And I want to go to Sabo and just go. Okay, we're never bringing any coinage into this nation ever again.
Yeah, well,
That is not tax fraud, right, James?
not really.
Okay, so you don't want to live here or be able to spend your money here?
I don't like paying 10% of everything I own to the government. I don't like the government.
You've
Okay.
already paid the 10%, so you
It's-
only would pay on the additional after this point.
It's gonna be really tricky. We are gonna be coming back here, but if you don't want any of the money, you just leave it with the ship, and that's kind of like our business, and the business doesn't pay taxes until it pays it out. So as long as you don't spend any money here, you don't owe any taxes here. Something along those
Understood.
lines.
I will keep that in
Uh,
mind.
And James, just
Anyway.
for the record, Kevin would also explain taxes to Connor, make sure he paid his taxes as well.
Okay, Connor's gonna pay his taxes.
We're never gonna do this again.
And if
Any other
Connor's
magical
paying it,
items in-
Leuven's paying his.
Any other magical
Why
items
does
that,
Connor have such an influence on Leuven? Is Nelvirus paying his taxes? Nelvirus is awfully silent.
If you actually ask him, when he actually hears you guys actually talking about taxes,
I've been
he's
talking about
like-
taxes for days now.
yeah, he's actually probably like the first time he hears it, he rolls his eyes and he walks, and then he hears you complaining about it. He seems to be increasingly like just annoyed listening to this conversation. He always finds someplace else to, to somewhere not to listen to you guys argue about taxes. He doesn't say
Taxes is such a dumb human concept.
It's unless someone actually approaches him and actually asks him about it, he's not going to say a damn thing.
You would just, Kevin at some point would just, in passing, say, "Don't forget to pay your taxes."
I'm an independent contractor. I don't live here. I'm not required to pay taxes to a city that I am not resident. I live here. I come here for contract work. Whatever I make on contract is what I'll pay to them. Otherwise, I am not going to. Material wealth gained outside the country is not something it's exempt from taxes.
And so the conversation has been so going on. Sabo's position is quite similar. Sabo's going to make sure he pays the amount of taxes on the money that he actually spent here, and the rest of his money is going to be officially in the ship's vault.
Okay.
Nia paid her taxes because Asparian told her to, but now she's asking why Asparian likes the government.
And and for the ring, Tyrain buys it, and it's property of the ship company.
James, why does Asparian like the government?
What's wrong with the government?
Everything.
Like what?
The government.
Name 5 things.
You did. It's okay, I'm gonna list the people they executed.
Letter G, the letter O.
So you list 2? 1. You list 1 person.
Sorry, I'm gonna list the people they wanted to get executed before we started
3.
arguing for randos.
You list 3.
Yes, you wanted more, right?
So
We owe
you
taxes
think
for money we don't.
people
we
being
don't,
executed
we
for their
didn't make in
crimes
here?
are bad?
The death penalty is pretty brutal. It's pretty fucked up. Yeah.
Is it now?
Yes.
Why?
Institutionalized violence is bad, and giving the government the ability to legally murder anyone is bad.
I don't agree.
That's okay. We can be wrong.
But individually, you make the choice to kill things.
Yes, I'm not the government.
Is
So
Nia
because
talking
they're
out
not
loud
you-
right now?
Yes.
Probably.
Me is
Nia,
against the death penalty.
whatever world you come from, you need to take those ethics that you know from that world and you need to leave them there. They don't apply here.
No. I feel like that's a pretty important thing to carry over.
No, it's not.
Don't let people decide to kill people.
Okay, so are you ever going to kill someone, Nia?
Yes. I'm not the government.
Okay, why is the government worse than you at that?
Government cannot be punished for anything. If I murder someone, I can be held accountable for it. I won't want to. I will resist it because I'm an individual. But
Why
a
can't the
government can just
government?
murder anyone and say it's law.
If you believe that, then why didn't you simply allow the mayor to leave and run away?
I was gonna say, didn't a mayor just get executed?
Yeah, the mayor got executed because the rest of the people in higher power
Exactly.
wanted him to.
It's exactly Nia's point.
Did he
Yeah.
not? Did he not deserve? Did he not deserve to die for what he did?
I don't like the idea that a government can decide who deserves to die or not, because even if the
What's the
crowd
answer to the
deserves
question,
it,
Nia? Did the mayor deserve to die for what he did?
why are you getting so aggressive all of a sudden?
Just what you're staunchly against this, but answer the question. Do you think the mayor deserved to die for what he did?
No,
Why not?
I
His
say the
actions directly contributed to the deaths of dozens of other people. Does he not deserve to be prosecuted for what he did? He did it
That's why.
knowingly, intentionally.
okay.
I don't know. I don't remember the actual number. Dozens. It felt about
Dozens
right
is correct.
in the moment.
Dozens is
Dozens is
correct.
correct.
I'm not asking to be antagonistic, Nia. You're allowed to have your whatever opinions you want, but you still have to think. Why did he not deserve to die for what he did? His actions directly
Okay, how
killed
do I put this
dozens
in
of
a way
others.
that makes me sound that makes my understand the how to put this? My problem isn't with the idea that someone deserves to die or not. My problem is with the idea that the government decides who deserves to die or not, because it is incredibly easy for a government to exploit that. I
But you
think
don't
it is
have
a
a
safer.
problem
But
with
the
the
government
government in
didn't
general. You have
decide.
a problem.
The government is a necessary evil, and we should minimize the damage it can create.
The government didn't decide that he needed to die.
We literally saw that the government decided he needed to die.
No, the government said that the law must be applied equally.
Yes,
Yes.
that does not counteract the point, though.
No, there's a difference between a law that applies equally and the government being discretionary, able to kill anyone.
The point is that we cannot trust every law to be applied equally when it it is inconvenient for the people in charge, and thus we should not have laws that allow people to get killed legally.
But we have seen
Yes,
no
but
evidence that it's not being applied equally.
It doesn't matter.
it
Yes, it
kind
does.
of does.
I don't
That's
trust
the
him.
fundamental rule of, okay, that just makes you a hypocrite.
I don't care.
That's okay, but you just need to accept that you are a hypocrite in that situation, and that is okay.
Why is
It is
that?
something we will work on.
What am I contradicting myself in? That's
You
what
were
we need to
saying that
really clear
it is
about.
okay for you to kill people, but it's not okay for others to kill people, because you don't think that they will accept their own death, even though that you won't accept yours.
That is not what I'm saying.
It's an oversimplification, but it is exactly what you said.
No. Okay, say the council, right? Presume the council has a big, strong political rival, right? And they decide that they don't want that person is a risk to their power, and so they make a series of laws that allow them to legally have the person executed. Doesn't matter if the law is followed to the letter. There are people in power that have the power to decide when someone isn't going to be allowed to live, and then the law comes after. That is, by definition, what it is. And even if you say, oh, the council would never do that, it doesn't matter because they have the power to do that. Now, if
Okay.
I kill someone, an individual, I am committing a crime. I am a criminal. Or not, I guess, if I do it in the wilderness, but let's not get into that. Am I wrong for doing so? Yes. Am I expected to try and get away with it? Yes, as is every criminal.
But you're
But
presuming
if
that a
you-
government society is above consequences to their actions. If a government was to do that, then the people will not allow it. Or the government is so
They
powerful that there's no point in the laws, they're basically making individual decisions anyway, in which case the laws are just made up. There's no
That is
real
skipping the
law
part
there.
that those laws are what decide how much power the people have to influence or not influence the government. The the existence of that kind of law is exactly what leads to the situation you described. Where
That is a
the government still
carryover
powerful,
of
it
your
doesn't
view of
matter.
equal men from our previous world.
I don't care.
And
I
that's
believe it is the
okay.
correct one.
You were wrong, and
I
that's
believe
okay.
staunchly that it is correct one. And I believe you are incorrect.
She pats you on the head.
I would stab you if I could.
That's okay.
I'm gonna try and stab them.
Okay. You are swinging your dagger in the air.
No, she just does it once, just check.
Okay.
Damn.
Does she animate in the real world?
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
she's
Nia
actually
draw
trying
dagger,
to
just-
stab someone in the real world.
just
She
in
can't.
case.
This doesn't happen in her head or anything. She's actually just speaking aloud, gesturing and stabbing at this person.
Yep. He has described this situation to you, but it's still pretty funny for you to watch. She sighs. I hate dealing with people I can't stab.
Technically, you could stab me by stabbing yourself. Do it, you won't.
I'd stab myself in the leg.
Ha! That hurt!
Yes.
Okay, so, ship's been loaded up
She
with
does
the
not
Arcanum.
hesitate. The moment it is said, do what you want, she just, bam, stabs. No
Is there anything
hesitation,
anyone
not even
else
a
wants to
second.
do in the city before setting out?
Well, I would consult with the rest of the party, let them know that Nia wants a house, and see if anyone else wants a house, to see how big of a house I should get.
No, that's okay.
I get the smallest one.
I went to the school some point during this downtime. Do I get what I was looking for?
Yep, you were going there for a ritual scroll of... I think it's runic transfer. Let me find that. I believe it's in the High University.
I keep
Echoes
looking at
University.
every single thing so it's education. I can't fucking find where there's a university.
Education only shows the high school and regular school buildings. I don't
there's something
think
I would
it
like to
shows
look
for
for.
anyone else. I actually had to manually
Cool.
set them as favored buildings for myself. And to do that, I've
Oh,
actually got to be
it's
able
not-
to click on them.
It's okay. It's not all that relevant. I was just scrolling around looking, just curious.
James,
There's
is
one
there
near one
any
of the religious
plus-
buildings. Sorry, not
Are
religious
there
buildings,
any
the service
+4
buildings.
weapons in the city?
Yes.
Made of mithril, that are pole arms.
I will check as soon as I look for the scroll.
Okay. If I'm
Just like I
not
keep scrolling
mistaken,
through, trying to find like a quote unquote government building, but there isn't a government building highlighted. I don't see any black icons. Assuming it's in the inner city, but I can't find one.
It should be overlaid with the cultural building in the middle. Ah, right. 2D map. Note to self, I'll look at that. But see the purple one that's a slight rectangle?
That's called the Hound Amphitheater.
Let me just open it up. Yep, that one. It is technically the second floor and above of that building.
Oh, okay.
I need Masterwork 5, sorry, not 4. Sabo, can you make +5s?
No.
Can you actually do jewelry? Like if I gave you a piece of arcanum and told you to make it into a ring, could you do that?
Yeah.
Cool.
Not gonna be able to enchant it for you though.
Nope, that's my job.
Okay. Found it. The rune transference. It is going to cost you 130 gold.
Okay, that's deducted, and I will. Obviously, I'm gonna actually inscribe that so
And
I
I'm
can
just going
perform
to
the
send
ritual
the thing
myself.
to you.
Okay, cool, thank you. I'm assuming is that a homebrew ritual or is that actually
Yeah.
in Pathfinder?
It's a homebrew one.
Okay, I'll go ahead and see if I can make a special ritual in there that based on the information you wrote.
Alright.
Is that it, Novarius?
That's all I
Yep,
needed.
that's what he wanted to do there.
Okay. So James, you mentioned that the lightning rock is primal magic.
You'd need primal magic to draw from it, and then divine magic to contain it.
Okay, what if instead of so I could not put it into the current batteries? You don't think?
No, the current battery. Well, you'd need to build a separate device for actually storing it and transferring it to the arcane, because once it's actually in the magic form that it's in the battery, it can be used by any, like arcane, divine, or primal. The issue is getting it to that state. It's kind of like you've got to change it from alternating to direct current.
Okay. I will spend a few days in the city to get some materials on this subject.
They
I
have
guess
absolutely
I will...
nothing relating to primal magic. Sorry,
Do
not
I
primal,
think they
divine
have...
magic. They have limited on primal.
Okay, can I just get whatever they have?
Yep.
And I'll ask the head researcher for advice on where, if they have any prototypes or devices that I can start with, just so that it's an easier job for me.
It'll give you an arcane containment field that's going to cost you 14,000 gold.
Okay.
That is what they use for testing. What are they called? Toxic, necrotic, positive, and
I'll do that shortly.
what is it called? Lightning.
Oh, awesome. Lightning. Exactly what I need. Okay, I will purchase that. I'll pay taxes on this one.
All right.
So I'll pay 15,400.
All right.
And
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, and just before I forget, I also gave the trader who owe money 5k, and I'll pay taxes on that as well.
All right.
But yeah, other than that, gonna get Tyrion to buy my ring and not paying taxes on that. And oh, my bow tie. We'll just declare it as a good or something if we need to. And what else? What else do I need to do around here? I guess. Do you reckon there's no books in the library I can grab for this? They don't have anything.
Currently just sorting the libraries. They've got category 2, which buying all of those basically is just going to reduce the research total DC. Buying all of them, that's going to cost you 840 gold, rounding up to the nearest whole number.
Okay, I mean, might as well invest. It seems like they'll be useful in the future as well.
All right.
Sorry, I realized I had two things that left over.
All right.
When I spoke with the old lady council member, I asked if she's interested in some of the dust from the giant. I explained to her what it is, what I got it from, and what I've started doing research on, and if she's interested in it as well. He's not going to ask for anything in payment or anything, but if I have too much of it and we can't carry all of it on the ship. So if she's interested in it as well, then she can have
How
as
much are
much
you
as she
willing to
likes.
donate?
You said it was 120 bulk, yes?
Yep.
I only probably just
Until we
need
find out what's useful about it, maybe it's not the best idea to dump it.
Well, it's a lot of bulk for us to have though on the ship. It's taking up a lot of space. What else can we really do with it than store it someplace?
I mean, giving it away is not the same as storing it. We can always.
You could store it in Nia's house.
If it's useless, we can dump it.
Yeah, you have a house for that shit now, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't
Okay.
bought it yet, but we will shortly.
Okay, if that's the case, then I want to keep 20 bulk on the ship. I will donate 40 bulk to her, and the remainder, if Neo's okay with it, store the rest of it in
Absolutely.
her house.
She's very happy with that.
Uh,
Because
I
that
mean-
means you're accepting her as family, and that's neat enough for her.
So go
Yeah,
ahead,
go on,
Sam.
sorry. No, I just remembered because there's also this quaith material that we have, and I forgot if we figured out what it does.
Nope.
Do we have? I suppose we need to store a bunch of it as well, and just keep like, I don't know, 20 bulk for research, because we can't. There's no point carrying 300 fucking whatever around.
So Nia, Kevin would ask if you want the house for you or if he should just buy a house for all of us.
I'm assuming Aspirant doesn't have any problem with it being for all of us, right?
Nope, she's got no problem with that at all. She would like to help you pick out the house, though.
Sure. Can I help
Alright.
pick out the house?
You can help pick out the house.
Cool.
So James, what would be a price point for a house that could comfortably fit all of us?
That'd be an upper house in the probably Modest Gate district. So we are looking at 1,700 gold.
Okay. And what about a large house so we have extra storage room?
That's going to have... That's like 4 floors of a house.
Oh, okay.
Let me get this in square feet for you.
Got it.
Can we have square meters, please?
Yeah, either way is fine.
Square feet.
Okay, so how do I turn square feet to square meters? It's 5,200 square feet.
Which is 483-ish square meters.
Okay, big house.
You said
Big house.
5,200 square. You said 5,200 square feet.
Yeah.
Yep.
Big
No,
house.
that's 1,584 square meters. I just went ahead and threw it right into Google.
All right.
Big house. Let's go.
So apart from that, does Tirain think that we should keep the mortal steel and dump it if needed, or should we offload some of it? I'll just raise the concern that it's a lot of space taken up by something not with, not a lot of potential for profit.
Novarius, double check your calculation there again.
I put in 5,200 feet, translated into meters. It was 1,584.9 meters.
That's not
Yeah.
correct.
That's feet to
That's feet
meters,
to
not
meters,
square
not
feet
square
to
feet.
square meters.
Well, okay,
Yeah, so 483 square meters.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds more.
It's approximately the number divided by 11. Okay. He is willing to store 80% of it. He personally really likes the material as one that allows you to build a good reputation just from his past experience thus far. However, he does see your point and he is willing to concede on this matter.
Well, I'm not asking him to concede. I'm just saying that look, the options are we store some of it, or we acknowledge that we might have to dump some of it.
He's also willing to dump some of it if need be.
I think that's he's the better person to decide. Personally, I would say that it's only 440 gold, so dumping it will not be a problem. But if he thinks that it's really ruining our profitability, then we should store it.
It doesn't really ruin your profitability. It's just a nice, safe material, something for money.
Right, so we'll keep it, and if it all goes wrong, we dump it. Well, if we don't, not all goes wrong, but if we find something more valuable, we just dump it.
Okay, so as I was saying, I go ahead and I donate 40 bulk of it, and we keep 60 as a store, and I'll keep 20 on the ship for me to tinker with.
All right.
So, any good spears?
And
Sorry, I
What'd you say?
interrupted you. Apologies. No, sorry, I thought you had finished. Please go on.
and then the last thing was making sure that I get some of the components for this to actually complete this ritual. Since it obviously, instances chalk is practically negligible, it's cheap, but then I'm assuming the alchemical catalysts are probably going to cost more money.
The alchemical catalysts are usually just crystals. Those are relatively cheap. They cost about 1 gold per crystal.
Oh, okay. So I make sure I purchase that, a handful of them then.
Yeah, if you pretty much just buy 100, unless the ship gets destroyed, you're probably never going to have to worry about it again.
Yeah, that's fine. A bag of holdings exists for a reason.
Yep.
And then, sorry, Nia, before we get to your spear, James, you said 1,700 for the house?
What was that? Exactly 1738.
1738, got it.
Sorry, one last question. For that ritual,
Okay.
is it just base level 1 for the sake of putting it into Foundry?
Arcanum?
No, for the rune transference ritual. What's the base level of the ritual? Just so I can put it into Foundry.
Base level 4.
4? Okay, thank you.
Alright, you going to say something, Nia?
Yeah, I'm looking for either a Masterwork 5 spear,
Alright.
and if that's not in my price range or / not available, then there's something else I would like.
What material?
Mithril has to be Mithril.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be a spear, by the way. Actually, cannot be a spear. It has to be in the polearm group. A spear, ironically enough, is not in the polearm group, even though it is a polearm in real life.
Give me some examples.
I currently am using a
Halberd.
Naginata, a halberd, a Naginata, a Falcard.
Ooh, stop.
What? Let me read it up to you. Back to Corbin, boarding pike, capturing
Okay.
Septum, Donchak, Foshad, Fatinur, Glaive, Gizam, Halberd, Horse Chopper, Naginata, Ransor, Siphon, Shuanji.
1,993, and you can get a quality 5 Naginata,
Fuck yeah! Is it a mithril one?
made of mithril.
How much you said? 1,000 something? I have enough of that for sure.
1,900 and... where was the discount? There it is. 1,993.
Can we
Cool.
get all stuff +5 for that kind of price?
It depends on what you're
Non-magical.
looking for.
Like I would be looking for a short bow and a dagger.
Short bow, let's see. I've got a feeling that short bow is going to be a yes.
I also want a short bow.
Short bow, no. Long bow, yes.
Can I use a longbow?
You
I
can,
don't
I can.
know. They have +4 short bows, if that will do.
Uh, I don't. I can. For crossbows, do I have to spend an action loading it? Yes, I think.
Yep.
Don't really want to do that.
Right. So, James, you had 1,000 and something for the Naginata, right?
1,993, yep.
Alright, so let me open the calculator. How much would it then cost me to have that enchanted? Because we were there for a while, so I think we should be fine.
Okay. Enchanted with what?
Can you hold on for that? I was calculating something that was. Can you tell me the price again, please?
1,993.
All right. I would like the item in question to have, let's say, do you limit items per character level at the moment, or like the runes or the items you have,
No.
the enchantments? No. So I could get a thingy with 2 runes, 2 enchantments. I mean.
Yep.
So how about like flaming and electric fighting, something like that? The ones that add damage to hit. That's what I'm looking for. I'd like 2 of
Okay,
those at
so
the
you want 2
greatest, at
flaming?
the greater enchantment that I can.
Or
I don't think
flaming
you can
and
get 2 flaming.
Suffocalents? Why not?
I don't think you can enchant something with greater flaming twice, can I?
You can put flaming on it twice.
That will make greater flaming, right?
No. Flaming is just a scaling d6 each time.
No, I would like the flaming and something else.
Okay.
Whatever I can find at that point.
Okay, I'm just
What's
gonna...
the best? What's the
I like
best
Force.
damage
Force is my
flaming?
favorite.
Do you have one for force?
Yes.
Not for everything.
Sure. Whatever. We both flame and force.
Okay, that's going to be an additional 9,663
For both.
for those 2 runes.
And they
what?
reduce the masterwork, right? Or is that not how it works?
That's not how it works after the change.
Right.
Okay.
How much is that, James?
Keeps changing.
9,663? Or are you talking about
Alright,
all up?
I will glad. No, I am calculating that as I go. So, would that be greater for both of them, or what?
Elaborate.
Would it be 1d6 for each or 2d6 for each?
1d6 for each.
Okay. I'm assuming I cannot get it for more than that.
Elaborate.
Could I get 2d6 flaming and 2d6 force instead of 1d6 each?
Okay, I'll go through and do that.
Cool. How much would that cost?
Probably considerably more.
I know, but I kind of had to ask, you know. We are in a position where you can get better
Instead
weapons.
of it
I feel like we
being
can't reach that.
9,663, it would be 27,602.
How much was it before? 9,000? 900
663.
oh, sorry, 663. And now we, how much?
27,602.
I don't think Sabo is gonna be able to make that anytime soon, right?
I'm not. Well, the runes.
It's
is
not that he
virus,
can't
is-
make the quality level, it's just that it is expensive to actually enchant.
No, yeah, I'm just saying. I think this is worth it, right? For someone that uses the melee weapon with some frequency. Because I'm not attacking with my spells.
Yes, of course. If you can afford it, yes. I'm gonna do the same for my bow, even though
Right. I pay that.
I don't use it all that much.
Okay, so that is 29,595 all up.
Yep. I calculated I have 37,265 counting taxes.
Alright. Sabo, you were looking at a bow.
Yes, I was sure we can't find the +5.
They could
bow
make
situation.
one custom for you for a short bow. Otherwise, they've got +4 short bows.
How would I be able not waste too much time?
It will
Didn't
take.
go well.
I mean, we started shopping
9
weeks ago, and then we
days.
flew there and back. So that would be during this period. Okay, so +5 short bow with 3 levels of lightning on it.
Okay. All up, that would be 19,076.
Yep, and that will drain my treasury, I think.
Just so you know, Nia, the item that you just got was a level 20 item. Sabo, the one that you've got
Yeah.
is 18.
Also, we can only make +4 weapons, right? Is that in the system? I mean, is there something I'm missing?
No, you can craft +5.
No, I mean in the.
She's talking in Foundry, I believe.
In
Yeah.
Foundry, it's a pain in the ass. You will have to do
Okay.
it through the effects.
That's okay. I can do that. Can you help me later, please?
Maybe.
I probably can.
Thank you.
I can, but that's forgetting it all the time, you know.
A greater. Is there? Do you have? I don't think it's is in the system, so I'm just gonna have greater frost instead of the force one, and then you replace that with the force.
I can also get you rule elements for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
You are very kind.
Okay, anyone else doing any shopping?
I
Nope.
am. There's still something I want. Is there any other place? First, I don't. I'm assuming Asparian doesn't recommend anything else, right? So, nothing from her.
Well, they wanted you to gain wisdom.
Didn't you tell me items didn't count for that?
They did, yes, but you were looking at that anyway. She tells you things all the time, you just ignore 90% of it.
Well, yeah, but I'm trying to look into things that are going to help me survive more. But that's kind of my objective here.
Okay.
Anything for diplomacy? Best item for diplomacy, I guess, or say. So the best items that I can find that I can afford.
Let's see. Improve skill, diplomacy. So you could get an outfit of a diplomat for 10,130. That grants you +1
Right.
to the skill.
That is worthless.
Sorry,
Have a
give me a
random
second.
and you're in the distance, whatever.
I actually did that incorrectly. Okay, it'd be 463 for the +1.
Alright.
And you were looking at the plus what?
I wanted to see the best ones that I could find for diplomacy.
Best one in the entire town is +3, and that's 20,728.
I have a +1 already. I don't think it's worth paying 20,000 for those 3.
Alright.
Anyone here have any recommendations? Something you think I should get?
Sorry, not really.
No.
Not really. I think you've done well.
Alright, then I think I'm gonna. That's it for me. Actually,
Alright.
no. Are caltrops good in Pathfinder? I can't remember. Mate, I have impression stuff, whatever. Don't have to worry about Calmon stuff right now. Don't care.
When you're low level, they are.
I also have impression stuff, so it doesn't matter.
So
Maybe
the
like
DC
Alpha
for
Social
the
Healing.
DC for caltrops is 10 plus their level. Usually starts at 10. Average pair is 14. Then you can get them to, like, if you actually invest in getting good ones, I've seen them as high as 41.
Not right now.
Alright.
So I actually do have one other question. Do they? Is there a market for essence stones, and would you find something like that even in this town?
That sort of thing would be on a black market normally.
Okay.
Governments and those sorts of things don't really want to encourage people to do that, because once people figure out how it's made, things tend to go bad real quick for the power-hungry people who like to turn cities into it.
Yep, I was
Okay.
assuming that was gonna be the case.
Okay. I mean, he doesn't. If he'd have to like cruise looking for illegal sources of it, then he wouldn't go looking for it. Then.
Alright.
So I don't have anything else that I want to purchase, but just as a note for Sabo, I got all of the tools necessary to create Kevin's net that he wants out of ironweed
Okay.
rope and dark steel.
Okay.
So if you would be willing to, at some point in time, work on crafting that.
Yes, of course.
Did Naya buy anything for herself?
Yes.
Good.
She is nearly broke.
So I'm assuming she bought something cool though?
She bought a bunch of things. So did Leuven. Leuven is broke. By the way, Kevin, he
What
owes
is
you
Leuven
419 gold.
Okay.
What did Leuven buy?
Should I detract that from
Yes.
my pool? Okay.
And try to remember, or he's never going to pay you back.
What did Leuven buy?
Leuven bought some really nice robes.
Good for him.
Did he ask for the money for the robes?
No, he just helped himself.
Oh, he just took it. and
There's
then
just an
told me later?
IOU letter written in it. Just wherever you keep your money, there's just a letter there from Leuven saying he owes you that much.
Okay. Kevin would go ask Leuven what that was about.
I had to buy clothes.
I mean, you could have just asked.
I know what your answer would have been.
Yeah, but like, did you just need it to buy clothes?
Yeah.
You don't have to pay that back. If you need clothes,
Perfect.
you need clothes.
He gives you a high five.
High five.
Alright. Sorry, I'm not sure how loud the rain is. I've tried to adjust the settings so that it's not as loud.
It's okay.
We'll make it stop raining right now. How dare you?
Alright. So, anyone else got any shopping they want to do?
Nothing that we need to focus on in session, but
Yep.
if my second apprentice Aiden wants anything, I would see about getting something like for him. I know Connor has his own money.
Connor
Alright.
is fucking rich.
Connor
Why are we
was
giving
rich.
Why are we giving Connor an equal split?
I don't know.
Who said that we're giving him an equal split?
Okay, in his
Kevin.
defense, I think he deserves an equal split of this one specifically because of what he did for us during the ritual.
What did he do for us?
Kept
Almost
you
died
all
like 15
alive.
times and kept us all alive. I feel like he deserves that one.
Okay.
We can rediscuss
Oh yeah,
later, but for that one, he
was there.
deserves.
Yeah, right. He was there with us going after.
He was
stuff.
the one
Yeah.
taking the hits for everything that was going
Okay.
on.
Okay. He deserves
He
it.
deserves it.
I don't remember, but okay.
Yeah, he was
Meritocracy, okay?
because we didn't have Kevin. Connor was
Yeah,
there.
that's
He was
true.
one of the only people that was not occupied with the ritual.
No,
That's true.
he was the only person.
Okay, I apologize. He was the only person not occupied.
Alright. If everything is done, then time for the ship to take off once more?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Run away before the taxman gets Sabo.
Alright.
Pay all my taxes.
So, up and away then. Where are you going?
Can
We
get to the Elven City now,
go.
or what?
No, we need to go back to deposit our the shipwright with my new designs.
Okay.
So we take a
where-
detour back to the port town, and we're not stopping there. We just keep going.
Oh, okay.
So you're just
Also,
dropping
James,
them from the sky?
No, we'll let them down gently. We'll have Nilvarius fly them down or something.
Alright.
Just fly
Um,
low and drop them just fly low and drop them in the ocean on the way.
Yeah, I mean it's a shipwright surely that can swim.
Hey, James, does Celestia Ocean work like Minecraft water?
Oh,
What's Minecraft water?
I'm very worried to ask you this, but elaborate.
Okay, if we jump out of the
If
ship
it's
into the water, I'm not
enough.
gonna do that. But do you hit it like concrete, like in real life, or is it the water chemical element, like the water bucket in Minecraft? We can just MLG fucking we wall.
Try it. I dare you.
Even a half meter of water can actually save us from a fall.
No,
Yeah,
it's not
just
that
like
bad.
a cup of water, throw it down. You're safe.
Oh no, you can throw
Well,
it
I
in a half
mean,
bucket of water in the fall.
Celestia, we are celestial. We went into the water.
Grab a bucket, put your feet in it, and show me how you don't die.
Anyway,
You just got to practice the MLG bucket strat.
Yep.
Exactly. It's just a skill issue, guys.
Alright.
Anyways, yeah. Regardless, we pass by, drop them off, And when we get on our way, he shows his,
Rolgara.
his 3 potential locations to Sabo. He was able to narrow it down to one of these 3, and he has no idea which one it is, but he knows for certain it's one of these 3 locations. And as the pilot, I'm leaving it to like your choice. What do you feel?
I feel that I'm not going to be the only pilot at all times because I've got better things to do. But how would we share this responsibility, James? How much time would the tablet does it actually take me to do the navigating?
Okay, so really it's just someone making sure the tablet is behaving?
So that can be me. Not a problem.
The issue is the tablet's kind of plugged into a specific room of the ship, so if you want to be doing anything, you've got to have someone in that specific room watching the tablet.
Okay, so I'll have someone watching at all times because we have spare people. I mean, we have 2 mages who are just there basically to be batteries. They can watch it.
Alright.
What are our chances of actually reverse engineering this at any time in the
None.
campaign you're wrapping?
I expect you all to die long before you achieve it, but I will be pleasantly surprised if that happens.
Less chances than us exterminating the orcs.
I have faith. We got a decent head start with the orc despite all odds.
Yes, we did.
Well, until we spent 30 years.
Nonetheless,
No,
it was still a victory, and I think we should count it.
The orcs in those 30 years did more of a number on themselves than we did on them in the rest of time. So, yep. Okay. Does the
during
drop-off go smoothly? Are we able to not get bogged down?
Well, roll me 40-10, please.
I'm
Um,
gonna.
I will have to be right back, as I have to do the thing that I told you guys I was going to have to leave to do in a second.
I also have a request of Sabo
that okay,
while
James?
we're on this trip.
What thing?
I'm being called upon. I just need to know if you need me for like immediately, or if I can go do the.
Quite safe.
Go ahead.
On the 40-10.
Yep, trip was safe. You have Novaris fly down and deliver it. Okay, the delivery is smooth. So far, so good. Novaris, do you fly back up to the ship?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Once you're back on board the ship, what's the plan, people?
I turn it towards the closest presumed location, and off we go.
Okay. Can I get 10d10 from the first person?
I can be the first person.
Go on.
Sabo, while we're
You said 10d10?
yeah.
Yep.
While we're traveling, I request that you make me a ring
1 and 1.
out of the drow arcana material that we recovered.
Okay.
I'll roll the no.
1 of each.
I can easily make it. Does the quality matter to you at all?
I don't. James didn't say anything about quality actually mattering.
Quality matters for basically if the item's going to get destroyed or if it ever takes damage or anything like that.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's safe to say I make +3s right now. But I can roll in case it's a 20.
It's also worth keeping in mind that the total DC for actually enchanting it once he's done will go up if if it's got a higher quality. So, the lower quality, the lower the DC for enchanting.
Can I assist him on this?
Do you want it nicely made, or do you want it not nicely
As
made?
nicely made as nicely made as possible. I will even spend inspiration towards your roll.
Okay, so I will add aid. I will aid it like this. Actually, you should roll for it to see if I crit. If it's
Roll
a
me a
crit.
craft check, Novaris.
Since you want it as high as possible, I'll use lucky, and you can do the
12,
+5 on the
11, that's
inspiration.
success.
That's a crit, no?
What level are you?
13.
13 as well.
Oh.
10, 13, 26. That is a crit. It is a crit by 1.
So it's 55, 60, 70.
If I gave him another +5 with that, I kick it up to the next tier.
That's with the +5, 70 with +5. Let's see. The base for a ring, I guess, is a level 1. The material. Which material is it? That increases the base.
It's Arcanum, and Arcanum is level 5.
Okay, so base. Alright, well, I'll take a look at it, but go on sorting the. You can go ahead sorting the encounters. 20.
That might actually be a +5. It's looking like a +5. Oh, no, +4
No,
barely.
because it's DC 5. Yeah, it's +4. But that's.
Okay, while you're calculating that, I'm going to go through and do the encounters. So, first one. A sky snail.
A sky snail?
I'm gonna have to show you what this creature looks like because I can't describe it.
Perfect. All that really matters, does Kevin make a friend?
Where is images? I need a hotkey that just takes me there.
No, wait a second. I'm wrong. James, the masterwork, there's 2 different tables. Like
There is?
in the masterwork, there's the DC increase, and then above there's the quality bonus DC increase. So by quality bonus, I did something incorrectly. With the quality bonus, you see they have a table that says, like it's a DC 50 for level 25 item. But this is on the quality bonus. And you must decide the plus before, and that's not what we're doing. Let's just deal with it later. I'm just going to use the other rules, the ones I know how they work. I think this.
So you pick the masterwork that you're working towards. For example, +4, then you roll towards that, and that determines if it's a success or failure.
Okay, but But then on the masterwork table, you see there's also a +2 DC. Why is it there? Like either
There's the plus
you
2
have to have
DC.
one
What page?
the right under the block with the quality bonuses. There's one table, and then there's the masterwork table. Yeah.
It's on page 5.
As in the screenshot? So, for example, where it says level 0, level 2, level 3,
Yeah.
level 4.
Yeah.
So that's for item levels. So let's say it's a ring, that's usually a level 0 item, so that makes it base DC
Okay.
14.
Okay, so this is the base DC. So I take the ring 14, then I add the Arcanum. It's level 5, so DC
So that
20, and then we
DC
go
20.
for the masterwork.
Then you choose which
DC
masterwork from
20.
there.
Yeah. So. So
you
yeah,
could get to
55 would
68,
be-
which would be plus 4.
How can I get to 68, which would be +4?
Plus 48 for a masterwork 4 item.
Yeah.
For legendary
Plus 20,
crafted item.
68.
Yep.
Ah, right, of course, yeah. So ring is +5 because I have a +1 bonus to everything I craft.
Awesome. The mythically crafted ring, apparently. Thank you, Sabo. Appreciate it.
Best thing I've ever made. And the level of it is 20. Right?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, that is what
Okay,
the snail
thanks.
looks like. You can see that it's dripping this liquid that seems to be propelling it.
Oh my god.
Sabo, we got a magic flying snail.
This thing is about a third of the size of your ship.
That's an interesting. Can anyone talk snail?
I'm assuming I can take a lore check on this for planes. definitely
Planar
didn't
law would be
create it.
applicable, yes. This thing's from a plane you have not heard of before. You would guesstimate it's the Feywild, if anything. But you have
I want
never
to
heard of
find
this
out how it
creature?
flies.
What'd you say, James?
You've never heard of this creature, which means it must be from a hidden plane. The closest normal plane that you could guesstimate that it's from would be the Feywild.
I'm not certain. This thing, I'd almost want to assume it's Fey, but I've never heard of any Fey creature looking like this.
Okay. We might need Nia. Nia can speak any language. I think. Can
How
Nia
close
still
are you
speak
getting the
any
ship to it?
language? Gonna be cautious about it. Gonna, slowly edge towards it and see if it reacts at all. Be ready to get away, but yeah,
One
I'm
of
gonna
its
get
eyes
close.
turns to look at you.
For my
I
reference,
wave.
what size category is this thing?
Smaller than ship.
It's 1/3 the size of the ship.
Category is important.
Gargantuan.
Okay. You want to wrestle the snail? I see.
Okay, I can't wrestle the snail.
Okay. Well.
Now, when it turns to look at us, I will just wave at it.
It keeps its eye on you as it keeps going.
Guys, anyone of you wants to try and communicate? Not really my specialty, but would like to know how the snail is flying.
I wave at it and I attempt, starting off in Fey. Hello, do you understand me?
The creature is trying to speed up as the ship's getting closer, but it's not exceeding the speed of the ship. It's only moving at about 15 feet per round.
Like it's trying to get away?
Yes.
Oh.
It doesn't seem to respond to you, so it's unlikely that it can understand.
Is it time to use Flurry's gift? Or can Kevin do his animal friendship thing without it?
Only if it's not hostile, which it doesn't appear to be.
Doesn't appear to be.
He repeats it again. He repeats, but he says it again. But he says it in Primora instead.
The creature continues, trying to get away.
Maybe we should just leave it alone. I'm not sure if I know whatever language this thing speaks. It doesn't
Well,
seem to be more interested in getting away from us.
and we get Nia on deck and try to talk to it.
I mean, I don't see why not. If
Okay. Nia's brought on deck. Nia tries to communicate. The creature does not seem to react.
Then it probably doesn't speak any language because
Well,
what
in that
Shepard
case,
says is universally translated.
I suppose it should be. You should be able to make friends like you did with Steve. This can be Steve too. Want to try? Or do you want to just keep going, Kevin?
I mean, I can make new friend.
All right, then give it a go.
James, I'm going to try to get its attention and try to make friends with it.
Okay.
There is the feat again, and it usually
So,
requires a nature
are you
check,
moving
but
within 60 feet of this creature?
Do we need to?
To attempt to tame it, yes.
I suppose then we are.
Okay.
I mean, Kevin is of the opinion that we don't need to because it seems scared and he doesn't want to
Okay,
affect the
then
creature more, but
okay. The question was to Kevin, does Kevin want to? If Kevin says no, I'm not going to.
Kevin is always down to make more friends, but this one seems scared and he doesn't want to frighten it.
Okay, so we don't move towards it.
Alright.
And nobody knows what the fuck this is. Can I just fly under it and try to capture some of the liquid carefully?
You can.
I'm
Are you
going
using
to
a
do
flight spell or
that.
taking the ship under it?
What would be the safest way? I don't want to have it land on the ship, but I also don't want to be hit by it.
There's not a super safe way to do it. To get the liquid, you would have to touch the cloud that's surrounding the liquid. It's just a question of whether you want to get touched by the cloud or whether you want the entire ship to be touched by the cloud.
Since the creature can't really get away, can I make like a kind of a device like a long stick with some crystal vial on top of it, and try to use that to, collect like a long stick with a funnel on top of it and catch some.
You
Very high
can
tech.
try to.
Well, doesn't
I
seem like
think
the snail
so.
can get
Alright.
away, so I'm gonna try.
In that case, can I get a thievery followed by medicine check?
Can somebody assist, or does it both have
Thievery
to be me?
or medicine, specifically. Where
What
thievery
is
being the
better?
higher.
Okay, I'll just do thievery. I don't know, it's not showing up for me on this roll 20. Can you roll for me? I'm just gonna reload this while you do because it's not
Sure.
working. Okay.
$10. So 30 all up. Which is a
Uh-huh.
success.
I was worried when you said 10, like 10, I have plus 20, what the fuck?
Okay. You get a jar of this golden fluid.
Can I test just a drop of it to see if it's corrosive and dangerous or not?
What would you like to test it on?
Just,
Probably me.
I mean,
Yeah.
if you're up for it, Kevin, but I was
Ask Kevin
thinking.
to open wide.
Okay, a drop of it gets placed on Kevin. Kevin, you don't
Yeah.
feel any different.
This is fine.
Okay, well, let's collect some more.
Okay.
Being slightly less careful, but still not submerging the ship in it. I also test the drop to put it on like wood of the ship, wooden parts and metal parts of the ship. Just
A single drop doesn't seem to do anything.
okay. So I don't have to be too careful, but I'm still not gonna get the ship covered in it, and I'll just collect a few more vials,
Okay.
and then I guess we'll fuck off.
How many vials?
How long does it take to get together one?
3-4 minutes?
Okay, so let's go for 30, and then after 1 hour we'll fuck off.
Okay. So you've gathered 30 of them. And then you leave.
Does the snail look happy?
It seems to relax once you're about half a mile away.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we throw it some food? It's too big for that. Never mind.
So, the positive encounter is perfect weather. You have perfect weather
Sorry,
working
did
in
that-
your favor. Do you have wind sails?
I have a few, yes, but they're like just supplementary.
Okay.
So I had an afterthought. Did that snail have a true name over its head?
No.
No. Okay. Okay, that's all of that. Thank you.
How long do I estimate it takes us to get to the first location?
93.2 weeks.
Okay. Let's roll some more d10s then.
So I guess during travel, there's two things I wanted to do. Obviously, first thing with asking for Leuven's help and doing the transference ritual, and then obviously afterwards I continue my research with the translocation magic, using also now that I have the Arcanum to really focus in on.
Alright. So, the DC for the transference ritual should be 10 plus 20 plus what was the level of your original item?
It
10, I
was
believe.
originally a tier 2 item. 10, yeah, it would be 10 under the new system.
So that is 30, 40 DC.
40?
Yep, DC 40.
So I'm going to do my first initial roll.
Going to ask for aid?
Yeah, I would ask for 8 if I get it.
Someone want to give
I-
Leuven an inspiration?
Yes, I'm gonna. Yeah, I do.
Would someone else like to plus 5 it?
I will also plus 5 it. It's my responsibility. So I'll plus
Unfortunately, you've already applied something to this roll.
Oh,
I got it.
thank you.
Can we switch to another map? Because
Sure.
I'm not doing so well, I think, because of the map.
Sorry, there are optimizations I'm working on for the south, it's just...
Thank you.
Now, I don't know if it's anything you can control with the map, James, but the one thing I noticed is all of the HUD is hidden behind the map every time you're on the map. So I don't know if there's a layers thing there or if it just kind of overrides it.
So technically it's a
managed to-
secret pop-up.
Okay, so it's a full screen pop-up thing.
Yeah.
It's probably a layers thing.
I think that's a critical success on the aid.
Yep. Alright.
I think I have to. That only since it's only a regular success that transfers 1 rune, so I have to do
Yep.
the ritual a second time.
Alright. Let's see what Leuven gets.
Oh, what are we rolling for again?
This is just for a transfer.
Navarre is doing some rituals. Okay, I got
Yeah.
another critical success on the aid.
Okay.
What are you guys doing again? Sorry.
I'm gonna re-roll myself to maybe not roll garbage.
Someone want to re-roll, get Leuven a re-roll?
Leuven's a +5 would work, right?
Yep.
I'll give him a +5.
Okay, that's another success.
you.
The second
Appreciate
rune is
it.
transferred.
What are we
Perfect.
transferring again? Sorry.
Thank you, guys.
Novarius
Novarius
was
doing
moving
some-
runes from one item to another.
Oh, neat.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Well, it's going to be very useful for all of us at some point.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. I would like to gather Kevin, Connor, and Flurry and the tune to the rock.
The healers and then a tune.
I'm gonna
Okay.
fail the reflex
Make me a
save.
Make me a reflex
Almost
save.
certainly. At least it wasn't a 1.
If Sabo warns me ahead of time, I will be on standby with lay on hand.
I do warn everyone that I'm gonna take a hit.
That is only a failure, not a critical one. You take 91 points of lightning damage.
That's perfectly fine. I can take that.
And then you heal for 30 of it.
Thank you. And then I meditate with the rock for an hour.
Alright.
Once that is done, I'm going to start a research into using this rock to power the ship.
Alright. Alright. Can I get the next set of d10s, please?
I'm doing. Okay, then
Ones and a 10.
I'll do the ones
3d10,
first.
please.
You just want me to do together?
Yep.
Okay.
And 1d10. Okay, so 2 encounters. Both 6s. Alright.
Is the positive 10 not word not do anything?
It neutralized the negative 1.
It neutralized the negative.
Yeah, but wasn't it 2 10s, 2 1s, and a 10 in order?
No,
So
it
we
was
No,
need
it
to-
was
a
1,
10,
10,
a
the...
1.
Off in the far distance, you see a dragon.
Ooh, let's fucking go.
No,
What
let's
color is
not
the
go.
dragon?
It is red.
I turn the ship and go the other direction.
Okay, you avoid it.
Preparing for murder.
The only reason we survived the first red dragon is because we dropped it off a cliff.
I was a different woman then.
And it wasn't a flying one, was it?
No.
Okay.
Oh, it won't be flying for
Next.
too long.
There is a small cloud of mist and green lightning crackling throughout it.
Get Nilvarius, that's his thing.
Well, lightning sounds like it's also my thing now. With the stone, I can get close
How about
and
a rock? It's
inspect
funnier.
it. With this rock.
Mysterious magical nonsense that might hurt us sounds like my thing, though.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can all go
only if it
together.
kills you.
So you're flying the ship towards it?
A little bit, but not too
Okay.
close.
So then another check I should make. Arcana, planes.
Planes.
Can I not roll garbage today, please?
No.
That should have been 34 was the higher. I hit the wrong option.
Yep.
But, yeah.
Okay, 34. Let me see. A Vavin pocket.
What's
Appears to
now
be
the
of
virus?
Of positive energy.
That looks like a pocket of positive energy.
I want to
Good
touch it.
It's no, don't. I mean, assuming the rules generally saying that obviously it can that in previous editions that it can heal you, but it can also overheal you and kill you. That sort of planar phenomenon it would still be a thing in your setting.
Yes.
You should not touch it. It can mend you, but it can also fill you with so much that it'll make you literally pop. So do not touch it. But it is an interesting phenomenon to see. He takes out his book and he starts jotting down notes.
So how would we make use of this?
If someone stabs me, then can I touch it?
We don't know the intensity that it would
Nia
do with.
draws her pole arm slowly.
We don't know. I don't know the extent that it would actually heal you. I don't know if I don't know if we have any means to really contain it to make it be useful to us.
Nia stands behind Kevin.
We're both
You want me to
looking
stab
at
you?
Novarius.
No.
Nia says, preparing a coup de grace. Do you want me to stab you?
I don't suggest it's interesting to like note if we wanted to continue watching it to see if there's anything else to it, but I don't suggest interacting with it.
That's Milvaris is speaking. He can just tell Nia's just like measuring how much she can take off in one go.
Okay, but what can we do to it to see? What can we do to it safely to figure out what else we can do to it? How do we? Okay, watching it for a long time doesn't seem very productive.
Um, is there any way to actually capture any of its? Is there any means to actually really do it that I would be aware of that we can capture some of this like nation energy coming off of it?
Well, it used to not even be possible to actually find these sorts of things on the material plane. Really, they would only happen when there was a rupture or a tear, for example, two bags of holding going within each other. There was a tiny chance that this could happen. A
But now
pocket
I've
this
made the tear sound.
large is... A Vivarian pocket is... Or I think it's Vivarian pocket is... Like, it's human size. That's pretty much the definition of it. A Vivarian pocket is a human-sized tear in dimensions where positive energy is coming out of. Or, well, where energy is being discharged from. This thing is
so
like
it's
100
stationary?
times that.
It's stationary though, or
It
is it
doesn't
moving?
seem entirely stationary. It's almost blowing where the wind takes it.
So let's rephrase this thing, right? We have this ritual that can use power to turn lead into gold, right? And we have this positive energy thing with giving us a crap ton of energy, and we have 400 or 1,000 tons of steel, mithril steel, in the vault. Can we put two and two together?
That would be like trying to use photons to power a motor when the design uses combustion.
So he says like that's entirely different. This is a completely different energy source. We used for that ritual. It was just raw arcana that was actually channeled out, or maybe it was just raw, divine energy. This is something else entirely. This type of energy isn't native to, divine beings or anything. It's just another source of pure power, I guess you could say. It's
I have a
not.
question.
It's fundamentally different. We couldn't use the same ritual. That's for
Okay.
certain.
So even if we can't turn Solomon into like Arcana and like use it for cool magical stuff, can we store it for bombs?
What?
I don't know any sort of containment ritual. Leuven, do you have an idea?
I
you have
didn't
any
even
sort of
know these
containment
sorts of things
ritual?
existed.
They're remarkably rare. It's something like this is unheard of. Something of this size. And as
James,
far
can
as
I
I know,
roll?
usually tears like this are stationary. They don't move.
Is there anything I can roll for this, James? Occultism? Can I try for occultism or something in some way?
There's not really a known method of tapping such a resource. Well, trapping it and then moving it.
That sounds pretty occult.
Yeah, but there's not really a known method for you to be able to draw upon the knowledge of.
Maybe I can extrapolate from what I know. I got a 34.
Okay, I can't think of a method.
That's
So I'm not sure
Alright,
how I
so,
can advise
hear me
you
out.
on how you could. I'm sure there is a way to do it. I just can't think of it.
So, do living creatures store that?
Store it? No, it is consumed and transformed as it interacts with the individual creature.
Is it possible for it to be stored in a soul, for example?
It's best not to think this. It's not really a living thing. It's just
Yeah, it's just energy, but it
it's
seems to interact
bunch-
with living tissue.
well, yeah. I mean, just
But
same
when
way
it
that fire
interacts,
interacts
it
with living tissue.
restores, it powers it. You would
I'm
have to
going
freeze
to
the
do
creature in
something.
time.
I'm going to take an ooze, yeah, and
Okay.
I'm going to
Oh my god.
mage hand it towards this thing.
Let's go. So is that a no on stabbing Sabo? Sorry, stabbing Kevin.
Okay.
I
That's
think that's a please hold.
okay.
We'll see what happens with this first.
If it starts growing uncontrollably, I'm gonna drop it.
Okay. It starts growing uncontrollably. You drop
Gonna
it, and
drop
the
it.
energy moves, swarming it.
Ooh, we
Well.
just created a boss for someone else. We just created a boss for someone else, didn't we, James?
A
Yep.
swarming mass of luminous energy. The radiant amalgam pulses with the pure essence of life as it radiates warmth and a coming of death.
Oh, I like that.
It
I
is
love the
both
coming of death.
awe-inspiring and absolutely terrifying. A manifestation of
boys.
unchecked positive energy.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, that's about as much
This
as I
is
expected that might
the
happen.
best
You should.
thing I've ever made.
As
So-
the thing splashes into the ocean.
So, do you want to touch it now, Kevin?
There's nothing to touch.
It's all down there.
It's all in the ooze. It took almost the entire time for the ooze to get to the water for it to be absorbed, but it's now all in the ooze.
Did we just create a god ooze, James?
Yes.
A goose?
So the ooze, when it hit the water, flattened out almost entirely,
Mhm.
and has since pulled itself back together and is now moving on the surface.
In which direction?
Not any particular direction at the moment. It's kind of like it's gaining sentience.
I would like to make friends with the
Yes.
ooze.
Same.
This is interesting. He rapidly scribbles down in his notebook.
Are we in range to touch the ooze?
I'm going to take us down to be in
Alright.
range of making friends with the ooze.
Are you landing
Kevin,
the
you're
thing
gonna-
in water?
No. I'm gonna stay ready to
Kevin, you touch-
fuck off as soon as the ooze goes aggressive towards us.
Kevin, you touch the ooze first.
Well, Before we do that, James, can I attempt my nature check to tame the ooze?
I think it's sentient.
Not quite yet.
Okay.
I would like to.
So you're
It's
keeping the ship circling it in the air?
Yeah, I would like to help Kevin. That's good
The
enough for
creature's
+4,
head is
Kevin.
just rotating around, looking at the ship, as it's forming into a humanoid-like shape.
Oh, badass.
It's my child. It's my child.
I've never heard of any intelligent oozes. I wonder if it even has some means to communicate.
James, do you want me to repost the feed so you can read it?
I'm gonna wait.
And then, Sabo, your 33 was to help. James, what's the DC for the 8 action?
Your level +10.
So that would be a critical. That means +4, right?
You know what? Is it within 15 feet of us at this point?
Yes.
Captivating adoration.
It's already fascinated.
Well, but if it critically fails,
You
it's
know
gonna get its attitude improved by me towards me by 1 step.
You know what? As an interesting sort of note as well, as it's like slowly transforming from an ooze into a sentient being, does it have a name appear over its head as it like becomes sentient?
Yes.
So as soon as like how long between when it started merging and like its name appeared, how long did it take, or when did it actually occur? How long did it take?
Took about a minute. It's like each letter was formed one by one.
And what
Also,
size
Kevin,
is this humanoid creature?
It's condensing down to a medium-sized creature.
Ah, so it
Also,
can soon
Kevin.
go on board the ship.
Kevin,
Yes.
roll me a will save. You too are fascinated. As is anyone else that fails a will save inside my aura. I don't give a shit. Also, this shit is heightened, I believe, twice. So fuck it. The aura is like 60 feet. Or, I don't know, 45 actually.
I don't think I'm
Nope.
gonna.
No.
Your attitude improves towards me by 1 step. I'm countering your inspiration. Fuck you.
Okay, it's a will save?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay.
I
You're now
think.
slightly friendlier towards me.
It gets
I
57.
think I. I think I
Damn,
critically
that is
succeed.
impressive.
But I
Sorry,
think that
just
thing
fascinated my
critically
friends.
succeeds even more.
Yes, it
Yep.
does. Doesn't matter. I think this was funny enough.
I made the thing.
Well, now that I've said this to my friends and no one else, what does the creature do?
It's just watching the ship at the moment.
Alright.
It then tries to take a step, but it walks wrong. Its foot just extends along like a slime would, and then the back of its foot moves to where the front of its foot is.
Oof.
Oh, a good attempt.
I'm gonna take a step for
Yeah,
advantage.
I'm going to kind of demonstrate. Can you talk?
Can the ship hover? Or does it have to keep moving?
The ship can
It's good.
hover.
Also, I'm gonna stop my adoration thing.
It can hover, it just takes a minute to actually shift to that mode.
Maybe you just want to make it hover rather than constantly spinning around the poor thing.
Yeah.
The creature moves towards the ship. Each step not looking even remotely human.
I go down my list and start trying to communicate with it. I don't. There is no language for oozes. Are there any such thing as any oozes that actually obey a particular language that I would be aware of?
Yes.
Just to form a
What is
general
this? What is
basis.
the psionic language?
I have Mentis, but I don't
Mentis, that's
have
it.
but I don't have telepathy myself.
I'm
Some
gonna reply
oozes
back to
are
ship.
sensitive to Mentis.
Okay, then he'll try and reach and he'll try to like reach out with Mentis. Obviously, that's not even a spoken language, but he tries to reach out with using that. See if it responds.
Nia's got a bad vibe. She flies back to the ship.
The creature doesn't seem to be able to hear it. The creature reaches out towards the ship and its arm extends. And
Should I
as
help it up, guys?
as it touches the ship, it starts to pump itself from where it is through its arm to the ship, reforming standing on the side of the ship.
Does it damage the ship at all as it does this?
No.
Okay.
Kevin will be the first one. It is reaching when it gets on the ship, as per usual, just in case.
It then takes those horrible, horrible quote-unquote steps as it slides its way onto the top deck of the ship.
Kevin will wave at it once it's on top deck.
It looks at you and kind of waves its entire arm, but it's kind of like it's blurring the liquid.
That's fair. He's trying.
You can see where it's standing on the wooden deck, there is tree springing to life.
That amuses me.
It looks at each of you.
I wave at it and smile.
You see its face shift to actually have facial features. More specifically, it only has teeth now, but no cheeks or
Does
anything
it
like
look
that.
like truth?
No.
You know what
It's...
truth I mean, right?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I posted an image of approximately what it looks like at the moment. Truth has, like, cheeks and a mouth. It only has teeth. And you can see that it's
Fair
like the
enough.
teeth are carved into its face.
Does it seem to be imitating us?
Yes.
I do a JoJo pose. I hate that Nia knows this.
It slowly attempts to replicate that.
She has done her part to corrupt the new generation.
Alright, what would you like to do?
We're just gonna keep this thing?
I think at the moment when we let it onto the ship, we kind of.
Because it is damaging the ship, right, James?
Well, the outside hull is
That
actually
narrative.
black mithril.
But I mean,
The
it's making the fucking
deck of the ship,
floor
though,
look trees.
it is not good for the deck of a ship.
Luthen, would you happen to have true speech prepared?
I do not.
Well, this is why you insist that I take that spellcasting tradition.
Nian, you want to try and
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to it, James.
Okay.
Hey,
You see it attempt to speak, but it fails.
do you understand me? Say yes if do this, and then she nods if you do. I speak every language. Everything can understand me.
It nods.
That's fine. Right, you can understand, but you can't speak, right?
It nods.
If you say yes, nod. If you say no, shake your head. Can you understand me?
It nods.
Okay. You must be pretty confused, right?
It nods.
James, can I tell if it's just nodding because it's telling me nod, if it's actually understanding me? Is there anything I can roll for that? Perception? Diplomacy? Something like
ask
that?
a question to which it should answer no. For example, ask it.
Actually, I'm just gonna straight up ask it. Can you shake your head for me? Like saying no.
It shakes its head no.
Alright, so you can't understand me, that's good. Sorry, I had to check. I am called Nia. This here is Kevin, that here is Sabo, and Nilvarius.
Right. Maybe.
Kevin, can you
It
open your
looks
mouth
at
for it?
Sabo.
Hold on, before you talk to Sabo. Kevin, can you approach it and open your mouth for it?
Sure. Why?
So we can see how you form your mouth and you can make its own.
Okay, I will do that.
When it looks at Sabo, you see that its surface becomes spiky, sharp and pointed.
Do you like Sabo?
Don't think so.
It shakes its head no.
Do you dislike him?
It nods its head yes.
Damn.
Oh,
Ask it. Ask it. Does it have memories from before it transformed?
I will ask that.
It nods its head yes.
Do you think he treated you poorly?
It nods its head yes.
did I really treat it poorly?
You cut it
Because I
up
kept it in
with
a
blades.
box. I suppose so.
He did not know any better. Do you think you can forgive him?
That is a difficult concept for a new creature to understand. It is confused.
It means that he will not do any harm to you anymore, and you won't do any harm to him. Are you okay with that?
It nods its head yes.
Wonderful.
Ask it if it would like its friends released, I suppose.
It nods its head yes.
I'm going to
Alright.
go
I'm
and
assuming
fetch
Nia's
the
just
oozes.
repeating it.
Yeah, I am.
I'm going to go fetch the oozes and put them in front of him and say, "Well, I'm very sorry for this. I did not realize that you had sentience or intelligence, and I wouldn't have done it if I did."
He reaches out and his hand extends out, touching an ooze and absorbing it, and then goes to the next one and the next one and the next one.
Neat.
Well, that then
It becomes a
that experiment.
living hive mind. It becomes a living hive mind.
Does it look a little less spiky about me now?
It's less spiky. In fact, there are no spikes at all.
Nice.
Are you feeling better?
Nia, did each
Everyone make me a
ooze-
fortitude save, DC 48. Everyone within 100 feet.
I don't think I can save that without a net 20. In fact, I
Same.
can't.
Yeah, I think none of us can. We just want to avoid getting critical failures.
I'm gonna plus
In
5
that case,
mine.
I am going to +5 my thingy, so I don't critically fail.
Everyone heals for 105.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh,
If
it's
you
very
were an
nice of you.
undead and you failed, you would have been obliterated.
I am not an undead anymore.
I'm sure Leuven is the one most thankful at this moment.
Indeed.
Ask it if it would like to be our friend and be a member of the crew, or you know,
I
if
don't
it would
think there's a
like us to
concept of
take it
friendship,
somewhere.
but
Well,
I'm gonna ask you this simpler question: would you like to stay with us or leave? Nod if stay. Shake your head if leave.
Nods its head.
So why don't you stay?
I'm going to make sure it has like I'm going to take some of that mortal steel, I suppose, or some of the glass that's no longer needed, and make some areas where it's safe for it to walk without ruining the decks.
Can you make it some kind of shoe that can wear that doesn't destroy anything?
Can I try making crystal shoes for it, James?
You can try. It has
We'll
to
try that.
understand walking first.
Well,
The
we can
creature
teach it, surely.
slurps its way into the ship, and it heads for the room where the oozes were stored.
Okay. I'm gonna just
What'd
follow
you
it.
do there?
Watch.
Makes itself into a cube shape and just sits.
I'm gonna
Fair
make
enough.
it a cube crystal bed without a lid. And I'm going to try to make it nice. I don't know. Considering it made itself a cube, I'm gonna make it as cube as possible. Oh, and I'll have Nia ask it, is that your preferred shape?
Assume I'm translating, James.
It's roughly the size of one of the boxes that you kept the oozes in.
Okay, so I'll just take the lid of one of those boxes.
It places itself inside.
I'm going to destroy the lid in front of it.
Hey, do you like that?
Okay.
Does it respond in any way?
It shakes its head no.
Do you want
the
the
lid?
lid?
It nods its head yes.
I'm gonna take a different lid and put it on.
Do you want me to come talk to you again in a bit? Or do you want to be left alone? Yes if alone. Sorry, yes if talk, no if alone.
It goes for alone.
Alright.
Okay then.
Well, I guess we have that now.
We'll put the lid on it, and wow, that went better than expected.
You did lose
It's a
all of your
very,
oozes.
very interesting turn of events. That's for fucking sure.
Never in a million
But I
years
guess-
would I have thought to throw an ooze at that.
Oh yes, now we have infinite healing.
I
I
mean,
guess
we
Flurry,
needed
so I guess now
some
Flurry is
way
out of a job.
to absorb the positive energy, and I had just the thing to absorb anything.
It is not infinite, it consumes its health to actually heal, and it cannot regain it.
Well, we have a store of this energy now, so
Yep. And it just wanted to go home into its box.
Oh, nice. So it actually liked being in the box. It just
It
didn't like
liked being in the
chopped
box.
up.
It didn't like being chopped up.
So I gave it back all of its pieces, basically.
Well, no. There are pieces
Some
of
its
it
pieces.
everywhere.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to get a different ooze for you, huh,
She
Sabo?
gave it back every one of its available pieces.
I don't think while we have this friend, I'm going to experiment on any more oozes, just because this thing, I don't want to make it angry. Well,
This thing is the
I
most
guess-
HP of any creature I've ever seen.
Incredible.
How much if I can ask?
What do you think? Are we talking 5 or 6?
7,300.
Damn.
well, more than Razia.
Yeah.
But I guess not really more than, like, the Tarask surely had a similar amount, no? When we fought it.
No, the Trask, I think, had 999 HP.
Oh, okay.
It's just got a crap ton of resistances and damage reductions and
Fair
stuff.
enough. Fair enough. Okay, well, we'll be off, and I'll repair the deck, I suppose.
Okay. Okay, next 10d10.
Nia or Nilvarius. Sabo and I.
I'll do it.
Sorry, I was making adjustments. Go ahead.
I love inviting horrors. It's my favorite thing to do. Let's go. Oh god.
3
1
ones
1
and
1
10.
10.
Nice.
40-10.
Got the ones.
Let's go. I love inviting horrors. Give me some horrors, baby.
Nice.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Well, the 10's a clear day. The 4 is terrible weather, but you're just going to fly the ship above that. What is the 3 and a 9? The 9 is a dragon sighting off in the distance.
Does it seem to be following us or is it just there?
No, it's quite far off in the
Different
distance,
dragon.
and considering how far away it is, you would assume it's a different dragon, though this one is actually still red.
I'm assuming we avoid that one like the first one.
Yep, and the 3 is a fog. Lasts for an entire week.
Oh no.
Are we in Barovia now?
Hmm.
Curse Mars go.
Well, we just let the ooze out.
You let that ooze out.
We actually can kill Strahd.
You know what? This thing might actually be able to. Hey James, what
Yeah?
would have happened if like actual undead Strahd met this thing?
It would have been a painful encounter. I don't think it could actually heal him enough to kill him, though, because of his resistances to positive.
Strahd has a resistance to... Okay. Fantastic.
Well, when he was undead, he'd had those. Now that he's
Uh-huh.
alive, he doesn't need it anymore.
I see.
Okay, but what if we stuck the sun sword in it?
I'm not sure that would do anything. Well, it'd stop
would
him
be
from
funny.
healing, but it's not like he's going to be healing much because he's taking positive damage. It'd be an unpleasant
Okay,
time regardless. Whether it kills him or not would be dependent on how well the thing rolls.
Fair enough. How about Vecna? Pray God, Vecna.
How many of you have seen Full Metal Alchemist?
Yes.
Have you seen the
Yes.
scene where the guy clicks and then explosion and then the thing reforms?
Yep.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That would be this thing against Vecna.
Incredible.
Okay then.
Okay. So, the 3 was fog, the 9 was a dragon, the 4 was bad weather, and the 6 was good weather. So you make up the time that you lost on a 4, and because of the dial, you don't because of the tablet, you don't even need to worry about the fog. So you keep on going.
Yep.
Another
Keep
10d10.
on going.
Yep.
110.
Roll me the d10. Off in the distance, you see what appears to be a giant serpent in the sky. It appears to be white.
Damn.
Is it like
Listen.
Dustine?
Similar. Nowhere near as large.
That looks like those celestial serpents, like Dustine.
All right. Well, we can go have a chat then. If we want some more morals taught to us.
I like that. I like morals.
No. Sure thing. I'll pilot towards the serpent.
Okay, what's the
As we
ship
get
speed?
closer,
Without like we can strain the ship to go a bit faster, otherwise it's 30.
Okay. You need to meet 45 to actually keep pace with this creature.
How long would we need to
You would need to maintain the speed for at least 2 hours to actually catch. Sorry. You'd need to maintain a speed of 60 feet for at least 2 hours to catch it.
60 speed for 2 hours? If we right, so we need 100 levels. Do we need 200 spell levels? I don't think we can do that.
Nah, we can't afford that. How far away is it probably, James?
To start with, it's 4 miles.
Oh, we can't even get its attention that far out anyways. So I don't think it's we should do that.
Yeah, well, okay, it's not. Yeah, I'm fine. Could be using up all of our energy to try and get, and I don't think we can actually get all the way anyway.
It's okay.
Alright.
Once I figure out this rock, it's gonna be easier. Speaking of, shall we roll some research checks since we've done 40 weeks,
Sure.
which is 8 months? What would be the research um, for the lightning stone to power?
Religion.
Can I use a
Arcane would
lore
be a
for that?
secondary check.
I would definitely go for arcane then. And you said that the things that I purchased will lower the DC, right?
The total DC, yes.
Should I roll monthly or? Does
yes.
monthly make sense for this? Yep.
Monthly is the best way to do it.
All of these have another +1, which I still haven't fixed. Now I know how to fix it. I should do it. 5. One. 7. 2 more. Right, here's my rolls. Do you want me to read them? Or
Nope, just applying them.
okay.
That last one makes it a complete success.
Yay. Okay.
Alright. So it is going to be a two-factor device. First one is going to be a divine... what is that called? Divine Energy Harness, and then a Primal Energy Tap. From there, that will take it into the ship's core system. From
Okay,
there, you just basically control how much power you want to draw from it. You need
Fantastic.
what is it called? Catalyst, that's it. This catalyst is burned up depending on basically how much you're having flow. The standard catalyst that most people use is either silver or gold.
Mm-hmm.
It would roughly equate to about 20 silver for one spell slot. Sorry, no, that's incorrect. 2 silver for one spell slot.
Okay. Okay, that'll do. How much will it cost to build?
You've actually got pretty much everything you need on the ship to build it. Main
Awesome.
component was a large amount of redstone, and I think you've still got some.
Yep. Does the crafting it well increase efficiency?
Not efficiency, but maximum transfer rate.
Okay.
So it starts at 5 slots, and then you can tap up to a maximum of 10.
5 slots per round?
Yes.
That's plenty. So I just craft it at whatever it is, which will be, I guess, a +3, because that's my basic for anything.
Okay, that's going to consume 60 bulk of redstone.
60?
60.
Okay, I'm gonna mark that off.
Okay.
I add research too once you're done with Sabo.
I suppose I can just go into the tablet room.
Yeah.
Alright.
Can I stay attuned to it while it's being used there or not?
No.
Okay. But it's okay. I can always attune to it. I've got enough healers here. As long as we're not in a huge hurry.
Alright.
Question: if once we do this, will it affect power the arcane cannons to do full damage?
Once the power's into the ship, the cannons. Oh, you're talking about from charging the lightning for it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not. This is just turning magic in. Well, draining the artifact's power for magic, rather than actually
Right.
using the energy that it's outputting.
Okay, no problem. But it's not like it's draining. The thing's already leaking energy. We're just collecting it. Right?
No, it's because it's leaking energy that you're able to tap into it.
Yeah, exactly. So we're not making it any worse.
Well, it's
Fantastic.
drawing more from it than it's actually leaking normally.
Okay. But only when we use it.
Only when you use it, yes.
Right. Okay, so I'm gonna tell everyone that now we have an emergency source of propulsion. We can't, unfortunately, it costs some money. So running our ship purely on it would cost us. I'm gonna say how much. To double our speed, we would need, like, to double our speed permanently, we would need 920 gold a day, approximately.
That's not so bad.
Yes. Can draw 8 per hour, 8 times 15. Yeah, and we can do just a little bit more than doubling our speed, theoretically.
I would like to say that my new Naginata is the best thing ever. I'm very happy with my purchase. The weapon is really cool.
Cool.
Yeah, I know no one cares about that for me, but I just wanted to say it.
We're happy for you.
Thank you.
I can't wait for you to try to stab me with it.
Shall we do null virus research?
Yeah, whenever James is ready.
Alright, go ahead and roll.
All right. Maybe I should finish off the crystal research since I got one of the successes and seems to be a lot lower DC than the teleportation. So I'll do that first. Was it Arcana I was rolling, or was I using a lore skill for that?
Are you using
For the
Arcana?
crystal. I was using Arcana. Okay. For the crystal, crystals from the giant. Just tell me when if I should keep rolling so I know how to space it out.
Feel free to keep rolling all 8 of them. I'll let you know if you beat the DC as I'm going through and adding them up. Ooh, not 20.
Oh, that's a. So obviously, once I complete this research, I'll move on to the teleportation research with Arcanum. That's rule number 6, and that's another nat 20.
Okay, you can stop there. The third roll was a success.
I think
Third
I'm
roll?
gonna be
Okay.
leaving for now, guys.
3.
All right.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye. Good night. Okay, so I still have 5 more rolls to make after this for the next one. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, they're the same ones.
Okay, so there are micro creatures in this. Some might describe them as parasites. It was very difficult to see them at first, but as time went by, they actually grew quite substantially, to the point where you can now actually see them, even with your research equipment. Well, especially because of your research equipment. These creatures appear to actually consume air, though you've yet to see them reproduce. Sorry, could you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright.
They consume air, but they don't seem to reproduce.
Yep. They must have been crystallized at the very start of the crystallization, so it's quite possible that the crystallization was created to stop these creatures.
Are they eating up anything or just
Yeah.
air?
They just seem to be consuming the air. Even when they're isolated, they're still growing.
Is
So-
there any practical Sorry, go ahead.
Let me see. Would you like to look into what the creatures are consuming?
Yeah.
Okay, make me some research checks, please.
Can I just continue on the checks that I've already made? Since it's still going to be Arcana?
Yep.
Okay. So those are the first 3. Keep rolling, I'm assuming?
Yep, keep rolling.
Those should have been my last rolls. Let me double check.
Yep, just going through and applying them.
8. Yeah, that's all 8 rolls.
Okay. By the 8th month, you've beat the DC by 4. These creatures consume ambient magic. You've also seen them start to reproduce. They seem to reproduce in
Okay.
half-yearly cycles. When they do so,
Can we get...
depending on how big they've gotten, they split into dozens, if not nearly 100 of its own kind. This ship is quite full of magic, so these things have been as full as they could be.
Oh. Any sort of practical application of this? Do they seem to store it?
Only in the same way a creature stores food.
So they eat it, digest it, and then you get nothing out of it in the end.
From what it seems, yes.
Am I at the end of the research? Or
You
is there
believe
more
so.
after this? Okay.
Okay.
He brings it up to Sabo, and since he found out something that might be just a little bit alarming.
Yeah.
Since
How well have you contained them?
they've probably been in glass and probably in jars and vials. I don't imagine they're just it's free flowing powder in the air. So they're probably
Well,
contained in vials and whatnot.
we need to dump them all.
Can they be destroyed easily? Like if I actually burn them and actually blew them up with fire or whatever.
Yep,
Do
they seem to be
die
easy
just
to
as
destroy.
easily? Okay.
Wait. Just before you do that, do it overboard the ship.
Oh, believe me, I am. So he
And
gives a
yep.
so he gets Kevin and he explains the situation to him, and he just says, and he loads everything together into one giant sack, and he says, Kevin, I want you to throw this overboard, and I'm going to blow it up. Think you can do that for me?
You want me to just throw it as far as I can?
Yeah, then I'm gonna blow it up.
What are you going to blow it up
Okay.
with?
Hold on. I got fire spells too.
I can
Spells,
help
you
with my
say?
own fire. Oh, yeah.
You know what? Yeah, so he gets ready to. Is like, wait a second, we probably
Do you have red powder?
you can.
Yes. We have some. Is that non-magical?
Yes.
Okay, let's red powder them.
Okay.
But so that it's away from the ship when it blows.
Yep. You red powder them. You throw it, you spark it, and boom it goes. Kit Kat, no.
Okay.
And
and
immediately afterwards, like I gotta hold on. I'll be right back. I need to do ascending.
Yeah, you do. And can you get someone to dispose of the stuff in our house as well, please?
Yeah, I will.
And I'm going to now try and see if there's any left on the ship. Just go into the
Okay.
virus's lab and
So yeah, I make a sending to old lady, and I tell her destroy this. I do sending to her. The samples that I gave you, destroy them. They consume magic and give nothing in exchange. They must be burned through mundane means.
So they came from the samples then you received as a response.
I guess I can spend. I can. It's not that big a deal. I can spend another spell slot. Did she? That's all she said. Repeat what she said.
So they came from the samples then.
They've already found.
Yes, they came from the samples that I extracted from outside of the town. There's also a cache that we actually kept in our new home. I'm going to do another sending to make sure that is dealt with as well. I apologize for any inconvenience.
The capital had to be destroyed.
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
The capital had to be destroyed. We will be in touch.
My house.
The capital had to be destroyed. Okay, that's spectacular. So he walks out of his tavern to go find Sabo, and he breaks the news.
Well then,
Do you tell this to Kevin?
Yeah, he says it out loud. It's like that's like he's honestly probably more affected by this than you probably ever like seen him. He's definitely more emotional than you've probably ever seen him before.
Were they did like did I'm sure they had to destroy like the buildings and whatnot, but did they get the people out?
I don't know. They just contacted me right. They said that we'll be in touch.
well then.
That is both ominous and concerning.
That's another problem is that where that giant's at, it's full of that as well.
Hmm. Suppose that as long as no one's breaking the crystal, it's not too bad.
They were still inside of it. I wonder if it being crushed up is what caused the problem, or they're going to continue growing anyways.
Okay, more importantly, let's make sure there isn't a single one left on the ship. I don't know how, but if we find any trace, we have a big problem.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
perception checks, people.
I'm sorry. I swear I didn't know.
We can't land this anywhere until we're done. Uh, clearing this out.
Did they get into the ooze creature?
Probably not.
That is probably one of the few places that you're certain that it's not. It appears to be entirely contained.
Let me roll as well,
did-
just for.
Yeah.
I'm gonna reroll this.
Yeah, I'm pretty frantic. Oh, you didn't roll yet. I already made my roll. Never mind. I'm gonna spend an inspiration for my last roll, just because I am so panicked
Yep.
about
We
this
want to.
entire situation.
Do you want to plus
Yeah.
5 me
Sure,
instead?
I'll plus 5 you. That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, Saba, you're fairly certain that there was no contamination.
All right. So yeah, I mean, okay, guys, I think we're safe. We'll keep an eye out on it. Maybe you said they reproduce in half-year cycles. When did they last reproduce?
Just over a month ago. Sorry, just over 2.5.
Oh,
1, 2,
so
3.
in 3 months,
3.
in another 3 months, they'll be 2 months. They'll be quite as fat as they can get before reproducing, and we can look again.
Keep in mind that that there is 7 months and half a year.
15 months.
Okay, yeah, well, whenever, yeah.
Yep.
So another 4 months.
All right.
Fucking hell.
Nilvares, you receive a sending. This is a
he's
couple
waiting
days
for it.
later.
He's not doing. He literally probably hasn't done any research or anything. He's probably just been like. He's probably just been alone, just fucking angry as hell at himself, and just like more than a little depressed. Probably. None of you have seen him act this way before. That's for fucking certain.
18% of the city was destroyed. Yeah, they've got sendings to burning on this, so they're just going to give you a full debrief of the situation. 18% of the city was destroyed. 29% of the population had to be destroyed as well. It has been contained.
I cannot begin to apologize enough for what was brought. However, there was a place where there is a vast amount more of this that originally where this came from. The location is blah 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 blah. Like,
Yep,
the location.
The distance north and west.
Be careful. There is a very large giant there.
It will be destroyed. There is a very focused anger in her voice. You're not sure if it's directed at you or if it's blaming the giant for allowing this to happen. But it's directed somewhere.
Regardless, he probably assumes that it's directed at him. He assumes. Well, definitely, like it cannot be emphasized enough that he it's in his voice how like angry at himself and how like depressed he is about this entire situation. But he already replied back.
All right.
He walks
Sabo
back.
doesn't feel very good about this, but he's happy that he didn't go with Nilvarius to the council that day.
He walks back out of his cabin, just a little bit like disheveled and of what happened.
Shit. You've probably overtaken me by quite a bit now.
I'm just happy this didn't make it to Elgara.
Yeah,
You have no idea how bad this could have been.
I'm curious how much the giant knew, and he was just like, "Oh, you want it? Here, have it." Probably a reason why he was also super concerned about getting it out of his kid and out of him.
Well, his kid was actively glued to the thing and couldn't live properly. Himself, I don't think he was bothered too much. Also, he didn't have this inside him. It was in the tower.
He might have been. No, he had this inside of him. He expelled it as well.
No, he had the crystal
crystals
inside
came
of him.
from 2 sources.
What'd you say?
So so from what you can tell, the tower was there. The tower was infected at some point. To stop the infection from spreading, they crystallized the entire tower, trapping it and petrifying all of the creatures inside. They then probably put some sort of energy enchantment, making any creature that was of a certain size petrified there. Then, when the tower was transported to the material plane, that energy appears to have fused with with the giant and his child, which is what crystallized them.
So we
Was
got
there
the
anything?
old rock,
What was there? Because we had samples of the giant rock. Because he actually gave
Yeah.
us a piece
So
of like
the
his
samples
thumb.
from the
His thumb.
giant did not contain any of these. It is only the samples of the actual tower itself that contained it.
which is what we mostly got because he took a chunk out of the tower and gave it to you.
Which he probably was also fucking aware of it too.
Maybe yes, maybe no.
I don't know. I'm inclined to think that he probably was aware.
Well, I guess this is dealt with. Yay.
Alright. So that leaves 1, 2, 3, 4 4 weeks worth of no, 5 weeks. Sorry, 5 lots of D10s. But we can save that for next time.
Oh,
He thinks aloud. I still have one more wish. I wonder if I can wish that never happened.
that's
That sounds dangerous.
That I never asked for that dust.
That sounds like a really bad idea.
A lot of people just died because of my mistake.
well, it's not really a mistake. It's more so
They died because of my ignorance.
you could say so. You're, but I don't think you can be blamed anyway. It, we all have our interests that can turn dangerous.
Let me post what it actually looks like. Right. But with that,